back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the KFC WTL Kung Fu Cup 2024 Summer Round Number 6. I'm of course just Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Buenas. Buenos dias, everyone. Buenos dias. It's great to be back here once again for another Kung Fu Cup. Again, we were on a bit of a hiatus. We did take last week off because of, last week, the last couple weeks off because of DreamHack, but now we are back in the full swing of things, at least for another week. Next week, of course, is Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup is next week, so we won't have a Kung Fu Cup next week, but at least we are able to embrace it here and now. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our first user, we have our first player, we have our Swedish Zerg player representing Team Ruddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Green Terran player from the land of the Netherlands, representing Offside Esports. It is Ubu Thermal. Let's go. Let us go. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is massive. It's insane, as it always is for the Kung Fu Cup. Plenty of high quality matches that are currently ongoing, but we have decided to jump on this one, at least to begin with. Going to be following this into the next round and into the round after that. Let's go. For now, it's going to be a 2-Rax Reaper. 2-Rax Reaper here by Euthermal. Euthermal is, of course, playing Terran. Not random, just to make that clear, is playing Terran. And Euthermal has been practicing and competing as Terran for quite a bit longer nowadays. For a couple of months now, Euthermal, he casts aside the random. He was playing random for a while, but he has since stopped playing random. It's all about the Terran for Euthermal. Meanwhile, across the map, Fiant, of course, opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener out of Fiant. Overlord is going to be dipping on in, and we will get eyes on the opener of choice. We'll get eyes on both Raxes. Now, this could still be a 3-Rax Reaper. 3-Rax Reaper, we actually saw that a couple of days ago, even in the ESL Open Cups, which really shocked me. It was Cure. Cure went 3-Rax Reaper. It was crazy. Yeah, it's just something you don't really see too often, and the Raxes have been spotted, and the CC is spotted as well.
Our forces are under attack.
CC is spotted, so Fiant is fully aware of what's going on. Reaper gets across the map and going for a drone. And ooh, one drone goes down. Nice body blocking there out of Euthermal, avoiding that spore for kind of denying any kind of spore trick for as long as possible. The drone does go down. Already a good start. Meanwhile, the third base has been thrown down. Euthermal, once he gets eyes on this, he can make an extra wave of Reapers. For now, he has yet to really confirm. He's still dancing with the army, looking for another drone kill. So for now, it's just 3. Okay, so 3 Reapers. At this point, it's too late to make a 4th and 5th. There we go. We are transitioning out of this. Third base has successfully been taken. We see the Reapers. They now check. They now confirm. They ignore it. It's too late to deny that third. They head for the main. They head into the main base. Ooh, they force a big reaction. We were slightly out of position. Up. Reapers trying to find a way out. Lings will block them in. A nice movement here out of Fiant. Gets 1, gets 2. 2 Reapers go down. A very nice big offs here by Fiant. Again, just locking that army in. And with that, Fiant, these are some acceptable losses. Yes, Fiant did lose a drone. Did lose a drone earlier, which is less than ideal. But, no! We got a surround! Oh, that should not have... Euthermal. That should not have happened. The slow link surrounding the Reaper. Fiant with a bit of overconfidence. I mean, it pays off. Does pay off. We get the kill on all 3 Reapers. On top of that, yes, we only lost one. We lost 1 worker, but for 3 Reapers, worth it. That was a worthwhile trade here for Fiant. He does settle into a 3-base economy. He's joining up and making more queens. Fiant is sitting back pretty. Meanwhile, across the map, Euthermal is transitioning into his 2-1-1. It's going to be, I believe, a 3cc. Yep, 3cc 2-1-1 here out of Euthermal. Is working towards Stim, is building up his bio army. First, we make an extra couple of waves of Hellions, and then we go for the medevac production. Then we go for our push. So it's going to take a little bit longer here for the Stim timing to come into effect. Because of that, Fiant does have time to drone. Fiant, he is free to drone for another minute or so. Then we do need to focus on building up our Lings, working towards +1 carapace, working towards lair, and getting ready for the Stim time. The Overlord does confirm. Does confirm the starport. Ooh, taking some extra hits, but should be able to get away. I spoke too soon. As Euthermal is on the hunt, looking to chase down that Overlord. Yeah, literally have a factory just in case. Overlord is going to be hunted down. There's the add-on top again, reactor on the starport. That should be for medevacs. Thermal even does land that third base. Meanwhile, back at home again, we have been droning up to 52 workers. Just under 3 base saturation. We're getting ready to expand and take a 4th base. Hellions are applying pressure, but so far we're keeping up. We're even getting a kill on 1 Hellion. Hellion goes down, Baneling Nest on the way. Okay, so we're playing it safe. We're going Baneling Nest before Lair, so a much more safer variation here for Fiant. Just making sure he doesn't die to something like a Hellbat push. And Geothermal is one to bring out something like a Hellbat push, so I don't blame Fiant. Things get across the map, the bio is spotted. Links going down. Yeah, and here comes that stim timing. Stim is now done. We have Hellions to support the army as well. Quickly checking, there is no armory. Lair now on the way. Now we're getting to 1-1 upgrades. Again, upgrades have been delayed in favor of those safety banelings. And here comes the army. So far, Queen's under fire. There's no transfuse. Oh, no transfuse. 1 Queen goes down. And clutch transfuse towards the end. But where are the Lings? Have we been too greedy? Banelings are rolling in, but they're slow Banes. Ay, ay, ay. Again, we need more Lings than anything to support these Queens. Reinforcements coming in. Oh! Decent connections. Whew. Decent connections there from Fiant. Did cost him 6 drones at the same time. 6 straight. 3 SCVs went down across the map. That was a very close hold, but a hold nonetheless. Now, it did cost us 3 Queens. These were some rough losses. 3 Queens went down, a lot of Lings, drones as well. But now we're going to be able to recover. We're going to be able to calm things down, get our 4th base up and running, and Fianti's holding his own. He's holding his own. That was some good damage from Euthermal. Still a back and forth. Draw play going to be continuing. More Raxus being thrown down in the main. Armory as well for eventually 2-2. And again, we're loading into Alcyone, so as we're getting into this map, it's more macro-oriented, getting a 3rd, 4th, 5th base up and running. We can really sink our teeth into this TVZ. At least I'm hoping so. Hoping we can. Double jump towards that base on the right-hand side. The creep is a little bit lacking. The creep is looking solid here on the left, but here towards the right-hand side, barely any active tumors. Which means we're going to be able to sneak up on this base. Up! Lings are trickling in. Banelings do try to collapse. Going for the hatchery. Ooh, and that's a cancel on the hatchery. Cancel on the 4th. Towards the left-hand side, we're being active with a drop. Meanwhile, double jump goes straight to the main. Ooh, drones are going down. And yeah, this is a brutal position here. In between the gas geysers, Lings, they cannot engage, not too freely. At the same time, drop here towards the left-hand side. And we are pulling Fiant apart a little bit here. We don't quite get the Queen, and it was only 3 drone kills, but we're still not done. This position is brutal. The target firing! Oh my god. Catching 2 Banelings. Getting the 3rd. Okay, the final Baneling goes down. Drops will pick up. They get the hell out of there. But again, you can see Fiant just having a hard time keeping up with the multi-pronged aggression. He has the Ling Bane to defend, but is just a little bit distracted. Gas guys are going down. We deny any kind of mining time here at the natural. And the drop play continues. And that's a Doom drop. Oh my god, 4 full medevacs. Headed towards the 4th base. 10 drones going down. The losses, they're stacking up. It's looking a little bit more and more dire here for Fiant. And here comes the kill move. Here comes the kill move. Here comes the Doom drop into the 4th. The army has arrived. The base is going to go down. There's no saving the hatchery. Lings on their own cannot engage. We see Fiant trying to expand elsewhere, but we're in position. And we force a cancel. Fiant, he had a decent start here, but yeah, this drop play, it's just difficult to keep up with, especially once the ball gets rolling. Like early on, because we lost 3 Queens, we have that much less anti-air, which means we can't really deny these drops. How many Queens are we on right now? 5. We didn't remake them. Queens were not remade. Anti-air is limited. He's having a hard time keeping up. And here comes the main push. Here comes the kill move for Euthermal. Behind all of this drop play, we've been macroing. We have been macroing up 4th base. We have 3 tanks. We have soon to be 2-2. And Fiant just doesn't have the supply. He doesn't have the larva. Again, we've been lacking injects, lacking larva. Bailey's rolling in. We do take down one of the tanks. Tank does fall, but GG is just too much, and Euthermal will take game number 1. GG. Again, really impressive play there out of Euthermal to be able to drop the way that he did, to be as active as he was, while of course macroing behind it. Did put Fiant on the back foot. Again, Fiant, it was just a really rough start. Losing all those queens early on and not to replace those queens means that there's less to threaten these drops. We saw that, again, the medevacs, they could just freely dip in between all these bases. We just couldn't really punish them, we couldn't really keep up. It was more Fiant just reacting here to each drop as they came, wasn't able to preemptively be in position for much of this. Another reason for that, of course, we had lack of vision on the right hand side, so we snuck up on the 4th base, forced a cancel as well. Like, it was it was the dominoes falling one after the other. The snowball effect was real, and Euthermal takes the lead. Does take a lead, but I'm hoping that we can bring it back. Again, I want to believe that in a game where Fiant can stabilize, I want to believe that we can have an ace match and bring it all the way to game 3. But the pressure is on, and spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our Swedish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg representing Team Roddy. Down in this series, looking to bounce back, it is Fiant. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player from the land of the Netherlands, leading the series 1-0. It is Euthermal. Changing his color? God. Hold on. Hold on. Where the ketchup and mustard, the tomato sauce and mustard. Let's go. Bam. There we go. Just catching up with the chat, and a big shout out to Chileno Singaporean in the chat. Papi, gracias, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Thank you, always appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, papi. Hope you're doing well, Thank you, Chileno. Gracias. As once again, same opener. It's going to be 2-Rax Reaper. 2-Rax Reaper here out of Euthermal. I could be speaking a little bit too, I could be like speaking out of turn here. It could be like 3-Rax Reaper. We could throw down a 3rd Rax in the main. But for the time being, 2-Rax Reaper is the opener of choice. Behind this, Fiant getting into his hatch gas pool, standard opener himself. And remember, early on, Fiant handled the 2-Rax Reaper very nicely. Very nicely. He was able to kill and shut down all 3 Reapers, and they only got 1 drone and a handful of Lings for their trouble. It was a strong start for Fiant. It was the follow-up. It was the stim timing that did catch Fiant with his pants down a little bit. He wasn't fully prepared for that stim timing, and he was punished for it. So we'll see if we can have another strong start and maybe have, or maybe tighten up in the follow-up. Here we go. Title check? Oh, is the title wrong? Wait, what? Oh, it is. Oh, my apologies. Gracias, papi, gracias. My apologies. I thought that I'd fixed it. My apologies. Alright. Thank you so much for pointing it out. Did fix up the title. Mark hasn't competed as random in a few months. He has been picking Terran. There we go. For those that are curious, Euthermal hasn't been competing as random for a couple of months now. If you remember, I think it was week 2 of WTL, week 2, where he did completely switch to Terran. And we did ask him, I think it was like a week or 2 ago, and he said that he hasn't played Zerg or Protoss seriously in a while. it's been a while, Poppy. Been a while. So we do appreciate it. Just to reiterate, it's really cool to see that Euthermal, I'm pretty sure it was because of WTL, because he is competing in World Team League, especially after a couple of rough losses. Euthermal is, in a way, quote-unquote, taking it seriously, where he is playing like more competitively nowadays, especially now that he's playing in WTL, and he wants, like, I think the best chance to like win games and to take series and to take maps. for his team as we shut down both those Reapers. Reapers are shut down. We're going to be expanding, getting into our third base. So far, pretty solid defense here. Once again, all 3 Reapers fall. Once again, we don't really deal much economic damage. Third base wasn't delayed too much at all, and Fiant has a much more secure early game. Let's go. He's still a Protoss fan? He is still a Protoss fan. True. He is a Protoss fan. As we're working towards that 2-on-1 timing. 3cc 2-on-1, as a reminder. So the same build here 2 games in a row from Uthermal is the same build. And we'll see if Uthermal can find the same success that he did in the previous game. Overlord dives in. Overlord does confirm the 3rd CC. Does confirm the build of choice. So again, Fiant knows he can be a little bit greedier, he can drone up. We're going for a faster lair this time. Interesting. So if you remember, last game he went for a Baneling Nest first build. This time it's lair first into the Baneling Nest. Still not going to be prioritizing upgrades, still, you know, pulling back on that. So there is going to be a nice upgrade window here for Uthermal, as 1-1 is halfway done. To rotate around. I assume that wasn't going to happen again. Yeah, I assume so as well. But I think that's why, like, because he's on like an actual professional team and because he's playing in a team league, I think Uthermal's thoughts on like competing seriously again have changed a little bit. Now he wants to do best for offside, which is fair. Man. Wants to get the best results he can for his team. For his boys. So it does make sense. As here we go. We talked about this kind of stim timing that's moving out, and this is not just a stim timing. 1-1 is done. We have a massive amount of Hellions here to support the army. Do we have an armory? We have an armory, and the Hellbats are soon to be morphed in. This is a much more committed variation here out of Uthermal. It's going to hit like a truck. Now, thankfully, Banelings are moving in. Banelings are on the way up. Some good splits, though, out of Uthermal. Does avoid some of those Baneling connections. Lings, they dive in, but they get annihilated by the Hellbats. Marines are pushing forward, and we're getting on top of the Queens. Chance uses okay, but Queens are going down. Now, stutter stepping, we get a second Queen, and can we get a third? Ooh, not quite. Not quite, as Fiant does hold the line. At the same time, Ling counterattack did shut down a couple of SCVs. Fiant does hold and will chase this down. Did cost Fiant a couple of Queens, but this time a much more secure defense, as Fiant didn't lose any of his economy, and he's double expanding, getting a 4th and a 5th base. Remember, last game, Fiant had a really hard time actually establishing a 4th. Not this time. Not this time, as Fiant is overextending a little bit, bleeding out some Lings. Has to pull back. Does have to pull back. You see Thermal settling into his tank production. 2-2, halfway done as well. Again, his upgrades are insane. Does have a massive upgrade lead, as 1-1 is still on the way for Fiant. Fiant still going to be backing off though. Again, has the better economy, has a 4th base, which is more than I can say to what he had in game number 1. Again, game 1 was Fiant fighting for a 4th. Here, he has it, and now he's getting a 5th. On top of that, Hydrogen is done. Infestation bit's on the way. That should be for the Hive Tech. That should be for eventually Lurker production as well. Fiant looking much more comfortable this time. And there it is. Hive is on the way. Hydra upgrades just now beginning. You can see Uthermal going for some drop play. But this time we have Queens in position. This time we can keep up. As Fiant is going to have to pull back and bleeds out a Queen. Lings do dive in. They force a pick up. Even shaving off some of those Lings. So far, a nice defense here out of Fiant. And again, because of the Hydrogen, because of the economy that we have, we're able to afford Hydrogen a little bit faster to keep up with all these drops. Like, Fiant is adapting over the course of this series. Kills his own tumor, but it's okay. Bit of a misclick, but he'll be respreading that creep. Creep is going to be respread. And New Thermal once again catching some of the queens. Very nice pickups. Gets one, gets two. Does catch the creeping queens. There we go, more queens on the way. I appreciate that this time again, Fiant is comfortable enough to be able to remake them. So queens being remade. Hydra's on the way, double drop towards the left-hand side. Fiant, mainly his attention is here towards the north. Hopefully we do send something down here towards the south. So drops are moving out. And we take down a couple of workers. 2 drones go down, the gas geyser as well. Meanwhile, the double drop is seeking into the main. We're slipping in. Yeah, going for the unload. More drones going down. Fiat not quite in position, and no Overlord to scout either. And we're getting some damage done here. We snipe a Hydra. We get 6 drones. Over the Mailings. Oh, not paying attention. Thermal does get away here at the natural, but in the main base, he lost everything. Marines did fall again. Fiant still having a better time defending this time, as we're still on 83 drones. Our creep is looking pretty solid. Thermal committing once again to drop play, but this time Fiant is in position. Oh, we cashed the Medivacs! 2 Medivacs go down. Thermal, no fear, commits. Does commit in. Oh, 4 or 5 drones going down. Oh, 7! The target firing. Thermal getting a lot of worker kills. Yeah, and he's just splitting up his forces, going for a tri-pronged attack. We have a drop here at the natural, drop at the 5th, and drop into the main. And we are getting worker damage. Fiant's going for a counterattack. He will deflect some of this, but even more drones falling. Up until this point, Fiant was doing a good job defending, but now he's pulling back home. Now he realizes that this is becoming too much. 21 drone kills, and just like that, Thermal has a better economy. Thermal, he's basically neck and neck with workers plus mules. Thermal, he's looking solid, and he's maxed out. The Terran player is the first to max out, which is a terrifying thought. And now we're pushing. Now we are going to be pushing. Again, the Hive is done, but I believe we didn't have any Vipers. Yeah, no Vipers. Just Lingbane Hydra. Main army pushing onto creep. Thermal can... Sorry, Fiant, can we defend against this? The drops do continue. We have a good amount of Lingbane Hydra. Depending on the angle, we can clean this up. Drop once again, hitting the 4th base. Bailey's rolling in. The first 2 tanks go down. Yeah, we will clean this up. Very nice handling all this engagement by Fiant. Pulling back the Bailings. We preserve them. Across the map, we got another 6 drones. Fiant forcing Thermal back. Up! Up! Can we get the Bailings? Can we get the Marines? Not quite. The tanks, they do siege up. The Bailings go down, and we are overextending a little bit here. Fiant with pure Hydra. It's not going to work out well. Oh, we cleared out far too many Hydras. Again, Fiant handled the main army nicely, but this is a big overextension. Fiant bleeding out far too much. Ay, ay, ay. And now there are 0 Bailings left. We only have a handful of Hydras. Lurker Den is done, and Lurker upgrades are on the way. And I feel like Lurkers are going to be necessary to defend. But even then, we still have tanks. 4 Lurkers. 4 Lurkers on the way. Thermal does have the supply lead. Fiant, he is in trouble. Setting up a Ling counterattack. Again, barely any creep. The scan reveals the Lurkers. Yeah, we're diving in. Are diving forward. Lurkers are sieging up, but a little bit too far behind. Yeah, we're taking down the base. At the same time, a Ling counterattack. We have reinforcements. Yeah, we have plenty back at home. We do get the tank, but not much else. Yeah, the Lurkers, they are out of range to really defend the space. Say that we're diving in. Oh! Dipping on forward. Marines are going down at the same time. We stim forward as well, and we do get on top of the Lurkers. 2, 3 Lurkers go down. We get a 4th. Barely a 5th Lurker. That was a risky move there from Thermal. It looks like we're bleeding out too much bio. Tank goes down. Thermal has been banking up back at home, waiting for a counterattack. And now we're pushing. Now we're moving out with the second wave. Now, what's scary about the trade that we just saw is that Fiant did hold, but Fiant lost how many lurkers? 4. 4 lurkers right now. We have 3 left. And 3 lurkers, that's not going to be enough here. Unless we have some good support. 13 banelings on the way. We have 2 vipers as well. Thermal encroaching upon the army. Top right, base is going down as well. Yeah, Fiant just doesn't have the supply. We focus on the lurker instantly. There's 2 left. Yeah, 2 lurkers left, and we're out of range of the army. We just focus on the base. We're diving in. We're going for a desperation dive. The splits, the spread is good. And Thermal, he's going to be able to break through this. Yeah, the Hydras, they fall one after the other. There's 2 lurkers left. There's 1 lurker left. GG gets called as the drop towards the north gets out of hand, and Thermal will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Thermal will take the series. My condolences to Fiant. Again, Fiant was doing so well. He was keeping up. He was able to get up to 5 bases, get into a hive. He was deflecting all these drops. But if you remember, at a certain point, the drops did do an insane amount of damage. It was like 21 or 22 drone kills. It was when, it was after the first couple of drops were shut down and the Medivacs died. When Thermal, he snuck in, he was able to get a drop into the main, drop into the 5th, and he was able to push towards the south as well. And that was also at the same time that Fiant moved out. If you remember, Fiant, he sent most of his army across the map, so he didn't have much at home to defend. And after the drops hit, Fiant didn't turn around. He kept pushing, and then as he was almost across the map, then he turned back around, and then he realized that it was getting out of hand, and by then it was too late. By then he had lost far too many workers. It was 20+ drones going down, and it was in that moment that Thermal gained momentum, that things went his way, and GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Thermal as he does take the series. They'll successfully pull Fiant apart. Again, Fiant just unable to keep up. We just had a really hard time keeping up, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 2 was a better performance. Game 2 was definitely a lot cleaner initially from Fiant, but alas, did fall in the end. And now Thermal advances on. Advances on into the next round, and we have an opponent ready and waiting. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. I will need a moment here. We'll need a moment to set that up. Let's have a look. Let us have a look together here. And we have our challenge brackets, which is being updated, and let's quickly go over what is coming up next. You can see here the player lying in wait, ready and waiting, is a Terran player. Up next is going to be Thermal versus Spirit in a TVT. Do look forward to it. Again, Spirit is one of the best Terran players in all of Europe. He is arguably top 2 Terran alongside Clem. And on a good day, you know, he's on a good day for Gabe, he's maybe top 3, second to Gabe on a good day. But what I will say is that Thermal, his best matchup is TVT. We saw 2 weeks ago at this point, Thermal go up against Oliveira. And Thermal was looking very impressive against Oliveira in WTL. It was some insane play out of Thermal there, and I was really impressed. Which means coming into this, I kind of want to say this can go to the ace match. Not gonna lie, like, I understand that Spirit is still a terrifying opponent, but Thermal has been looking like a TVT sniper. His TVT matchup has been looking much better than his Terran versus Protoss and Terran versus Zerg. Much better. So I feel like this is a scenario that Thermal can really thrive. I do think he can really thrive here. We'll see. We shall see. Meanwhile, scrolling down a little bit, we have Hero. Hero just took down Ryung 2-0. Hero is waiting for the winner of this series in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Ordinary. That is Chance, if you remember, the Korean Protoss player. Chance up against Triple in the next round. Chance is going to be favored there to make it into the quarterfinals. So best of luck to Chance. Scrolling down, we have Trigger versus... Oh, I think that's Sue. Let's go. The letters there up against Trigger, I believe that is Sue's name in Hangul, but like with the Americanized keyboard. So I think that's Sue up against Trigger, if I'm not mistaken. That's a really good ZVP. Going into Skillus, going into Firefly as well. Scrolling down, we have Gumiho versus Lambo. That was another series I was really tempted to follow. I had a hard time picking. I was either gonna cast Fiant versus Euthermal or Lambo versus Dave Latos. I was very torn, and at a moment there, I did try to message them, but they already started. they already started, so yeah. Okay, never mind. So Lambo's up against Gumiho. Winner goes up against Showtime. Wish them all the best of luck. Gonna be some amazing matches. Let's have a look here. As we scroll down a little bit, and also messages and players in game, just in case. I don't want to get left behind, Papi. But scrolling down a little bit, here we go. We do have, bam. We have Kier. Kier versus, is that Coconut? What is that? What? Kier versus Kokut. I don't know who that is. But Kier is up against them. Winner goes up against either Mano or Milky Cow. We have Clem. Clem working his way through the bracket up against Trap. Ooh, looks like there was a walkover. That was another series I was looking at. Maybe Trap versus Mixu. Looks like Trap got the walkover and Clem is up against Trap in the next round. Likewise, we have Creator versus Max Packs in a PvP. Winner goes up against Classic. That is just a non-stop PvPs. That's Max Packs versus Creator into Classic into, I imagine, Nightmare or Jeshi. Best of luck to young Yakov down there. And ooh, another big result coming in. 2 weeks in a row, or 2 events in a row. Nightmare 2-0's Beyond. If you remember, I believe Nightmare 2-0 Beyond this week in ESL Asia. I think it was ESL Asia. Where Nightmare took Beyond down 2-0 as well. So again, Nightmare, I think a lot of people, I mean, especially a lot of people that don't watch a lot of Korean StarCrafts, they underestimate Nightmare. They're like, whoa, that's a crazy upset. It's like, I mean, it is an upset if this is like the 5th time in a row. Like, like Nightmare, he's insane, specifically in PvT. Like Nightmare, he's a very strong PvT player. He has his way with Byeon and Kyor on a regular nowadays. I think I would say it's his best matchup. I know a lot of people would say that Nightmare has like arguably the best PvP in South Korea, and I think it's really good. But I think his PvT is a little bit more impressive than his PvP. But both really strong aspects of Nightmare, and yeah, takes down Beyond once again, 2-0. GG, very nicely done here by Nightmare. Has been on fire as of late, so basically that bottom part of the bracket is like almost pure Protoss. it's that meme with like young Yakov surrounded by Protoss. It's young Yakov on the couch, and you got Creator, you got Max Packs, you got Classic, you got Nightmare, you got Jeshi. Best of luck to young Yakov down there. Best of luck. Yeah, that's, we can look away from that. We can scroll up a little bit. We can scroll up. And we're focusing on the upper half of the bracket instead. We are going to be scrolling up a little bit, and again, our next series is going to be Spirit versus Euthermal in that TVT, and following it into Hero. I don't know if you noticed something, but we are lacking something in this tournament. We're lacking a lot of the top tier Zerg players. I would say the best Zerg representative in today's tournament is Lambo. Like, you have Lambo, who has a chance to make a deep run, or could even go down to Gumiho in the first round. But outside of Lambo, there's no Laser, there's no Rainer, there's no Dark, there's no Solar, there's no Shin, there's no DRG. So all the big Korean and European Zerg players are not here tonight. Smudge. So all the big Koreans and Europeans, outside of Lambo, again, Lambo, he's, I would say, the highest rated Zerg player, and I guess Su, Lambo and Su, they're both here, but all the others are missing. They're all missing in action, so I expect to see a very Protoss Terran heavy tournament here. Let's go. It's a bit of a shame. I would have loved to have caught some Solar or some Dark or some Shin, but not in this week's KungFu Cup. Not this time. So again, mainly Terran and Protoss. Again, I wish the best of luck to Lambo, to Su, to Young Yakov. I hope they can make a deep run just for diversity, just so, you know, we can shake up some of these matches and maybe we can catch some more Zerg. That's also one of the reasons why I dove on Fiant early on, because I wanted to cast at least one Zerg match tonight. So yeah, that's some of the reasoning for that. Some of the reasoning. We are jumping into our next series. Looks like the vetoes are done and Spirit versus Euthermal is about to begin. We used to it from Monday's term, true. We used to it from the ESL Open Cups. I mean, the difference is in the ESL Open Cups, Zerg players are knocked out. Here, there just aren't any Zerg players. They're just gone, Shbappy. It's like, oh, okay. I understand. Smooch. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But it's okay, because again, there's still some really good matches and really good players that are going to be facing off against each other. Really good matches ahead of us. Like this one here. Like this one. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner. God, they changed colors again. they just keep doing it. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our Polish Terran player. The Red Terran representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. In one moment. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Green Terran player from the land of the Netherlands representing Offside Esports. It is Thermal. Here we go. Our TVT is upon us, and again, even though on paper, and I still would give the edge to Spirit, I do think the Spirit is going to be coming into this favored. Euthermal has been looking very impressive in the TVT matchup as of late. I would say that TVT is his strongest matchup currently. I've yet to really see too much more. We cast out a lot of his TVP, and Euthermal does nothing but all in. like Euthermal, he's fun against other Protoss players, but it's a little bit more one note. A little bit more one note. Same with his Terran versus Zerg matchup as well. But against other Terran players, Euthermal, he can look very, very impressive against some of the best Terrans in the world. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of direction he takes us in. As for now, double gas opener. Double gas opener out of Spirit, double gas opener out of Euthermal. We are going to be entering a faster factory, a little bit more tech heavy early on. Bit of a safer opener as well. Not rushing into any kind of greed. Not yet. Not yet, Pat. As we are settling in. Yeah, our first Reapers are being sent out. Again, this most likely is going to be Reaper Hellion. We could go Reaper Cyclone and just like play a little bit more defensively and get into a couple of Cyclones for a Cyclone drop. Or we could just play Reaper Hellion here. So our reactors are on the way. Bit of a different setup here as we do see Euthermal going for his reactor, delaying a CC for a moment. As Spirit is on the way, just like 1 second faster. There it is. So Reaper Hellion from Spirit. We are going to be going for that initial Cyclone here from Euthermal. Not committing into additional Hellions, or any Hellions actually. So our players are diverging a little bit in their builds. And we'll see where this leads us. Now again, from Euthermal, this should be leading to a second Cyclone into a Cyclone drop. Cyclone drops have been quite popular in the previous patch, and even this one as well. Has been quite trendy. And there it is. Second Cyclone's on the way. Medevac for eventually Starport for eventually the Medevac. Likewise, Spirit getting into his own Cyclones as well. Hellion dips in. For a moment, I thought that Spirit was going to make additional Hellions, but he only made one. Only the one Hellion. And into the Mass Cyclone. And again, we are just settling in. Calming things down, building up. Once the medevacs come out, then we can see our players be a little bit more active on the map. As we're going to be headed for drop play. And that'll allow both of our players a moment to flex their micro. Inflection and Micro try to pull each other apart. Make use of their control as the Reaper is denied. Very nice movement out of Spirit, body blocking the Reaper. Very impressive. Reaper shut down. Doesn't sound like a lot, but this early on, we don't really have that many units to work with. So a nice pick up there by Spirit. Meanwhile, here comes that Cyclone drop towards the main. You can see Spirit, he has split up his army. He's got a good chunk here in the main. He's got a couple Marines at the natural. Ready for a drop in either location. So we'll see what Uthermal can get done. As he does go for the drop, Cyclones, they come in for the lock. No! They come in for the lock on, and we do leave a Cyclone behind. Oh, that was a rough loss for Uthermal. Bleeding out a Cyclone, losses that we cannot afford. Not like this. And just like that, Uthermal, he is denied. Spirit, he has been able to trade a little bit better, taking a more defensive approach, and both players are expanding. We do see Uthermal with a much faster third. Third base is almost halfway done. Spirit, his third just began. So we're working towards our third bases. We can see Spirit getting into Bio, into Stim. We have Raven upgrades on the way. Same can be said for Uthermal. Getting into Biotank with Raven support. Both players are. Are going to be settling in. We do see Spirit, he does have a Raven advantage. The reason why Spirit is ahead in Ravens compared to Uthermal, where Uthermal has 1, Spirit has 2, is because of the medevac, right? Uthermal, he invested into this medevac drop and it has not paid for itself. Because of that, he delayed his own Raven production. Is a minute detail here. A new difference between these two players. And that Raven advantage can be huge in a big fight. As Uthermal is going to be sneaking out a drop. Still trying to make use of that medevac. But outside of that, it's been a pretty passive game. Like, there's been no major move outs. I expected Spirit to be active as well, but no, Spirit, he's happy to take the role of the defender. It's just Uthermal going for these small drops. As we're just calming things down and expanding. Taking our third base. Getting our third up and running. Likewise, Marine being shut down. Spirit also fighting for map control. Taking control of at least the Zelnaga. As the army moves out, we could be tempted to move in with the drop. Okay, we have some Raven harass towards the left. We have the drop on the right, and we're boosting in. Turret won't help much. We dive right into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Get one so far. Oh, get a second. Disable does lock down the medevac. But the Cyclones, they trade decently nonetheless. But they're going to be chased back at the same time. Auto starts here into the natural. 3 SCVs go down. Do you manage to get 3 workers, then we get the hell out of there. Now, what I appreciate is that we did not waste all the energy. It was only like the 1 auto turret, so we have retained a lot of energy. We're racing back home. So is Spirit. The other downside here is that straight up, we do have some energy to work with, but less energy than Spirit. So these Ravens going to be a little bit more impactful for the Red Terran. As we are moving out. Sim is done for Spirit. Stim is done pushing in. We do disable the Ravens, actually. Auto starts to throw down. Spirit sieging up. His tank is disabled. But Spirit does make his way into the mineral line. You mentioned nice mining time. SCV's going down. The thermal does keep up though. He does zone away the army. Drop into the main base where Ravens should be able to defend. Yeah, plenty of auto turrets. Ooh. Plenty of auto turrets, plenty of Vikings. We shut down the medevac at the same time here on the front lines. We do deny the third. And can we hold on, bleeding out another tank? Yeah, we force Spirit back. Spirit force on siege. Can we catch a tank? Vikings gonna be landing. Let's go. We lay the Vikings. We clean up at least one of these tanks. And another. And I'm concerned for Spirit as we're sending everything across the map. What do we have at home to defend? We have Marines. Mainly Marine. Nice siege there from Uthermal. Again, Spirit, what did he get? He got 3 SCVs. He got 3 workers. He traded tanks for tanks. Traded out some of his Ravens as well. Yeah, boys are being pulled to repair. Uthermal has momentum. He's sieging up. Again, Uthermal did retain most of his tanks. Catching a medevac. Oh, the Ravens! Thermal has to be so careful with that Raven. He has enough energy for one and interference matrix. He's one disable available, but we're getting up to 3 tanks. We don't really have the buy to push in, so we're stuck outside. At the same time, we do deny a full drop. Oh my god, 2 drops! It's a worthwhile trade for Uthermal. Snipes 2 full medevacs, bleeds out a Raven, which is brutal, but was worth it. And now suddenly, all that buy that we had earlier is not really here to protect these tanks. Yeah, we're tempted to push in. And Liberation has arrived. Forcing the unsiege allows Uthermal to slowly push forward. Getting within range. The tower goes down. We could even sneak up on this tank on the left-hand side. Yeah, we're within range. The siege. Yeah, a little bit sloppy there from Spirit. This tank will fall. And we have to pull the boys. We go for the full surround. Marines are stepping forward, and can Uthermal hold on? Looks like he cannot. Yeah, we break through. We break the siege. Every tank goes down. It did cost us 11 SCVs, but now the pendulum swings from one player to the other. Now Uthermal's the defender. And how much do we have? 4th base being taken. We do hold on to the center of the map. We have our tanks. Uthermal does have a worker lead. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Uthermal. And Spirit unable to punish Uthermal after that breakout. Uthermal going for a double drop. Spirit going for a junior drop himself. Let's go. The drops will miss each other. Scan reveals that the army is not in the center of the map, but there's no tell that it's here on the right-hand side. Uthermal not in position. 4th base is exposed. Planetary isn't done. The tanks, they siege up. And the base may fall. At the same time, Uthermal going for a counterattack. Back at home, we have tanks in position. And that's a kill on the CC. And we can keep pushing. Tank is going down. We're headed up the ramp. 14 SCVs fall. At the same time, we have a planetary for Spirit. Boys are being pulled. We pull the boys. And Uthermal's going to clean this up, but it's going to cost him so many SCVs. 19 more workers going down. Drop into the main. Getting some damage done. Drop here at the planetary. Can't touch the planetary. Yeah, the 4th base is secure. And Uthermal, he's in trouble. Again, he lost, what, 30 SCVs? He lost 19 when he pulled the boys here, and he lost another 14 here. Uthermal lost so many workers. He's down to 46. And we're all in. We need to break one of these bases, as we are so far behind. Thermal baits out of tank shots, rotates around, could try to collapse on top of this 4th base. Could attempt to. Rocks are being knocked down. No sensor tower. Spirit does not see this, and now he does. It's too late. The tanks, they siege up. We're going for the planetary. Oh, the Marines are getting annihilated. And massive tank shots. The planetary goes down, and the SCVs as well. Yeah, big rotation here from Uthermal. At the same time, a Doom drop across the map. Triple drop even. And Uthermal, we're going to keep pushing. We have to keep going. Into a tank line. It's not going to be easy. Nice spread, though. Getting on top of the tanks, but doesn't quite break through. GG gets called. Across the map, he lost his natural. And Spirit holds. Spirit takes game 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, that was a brutal moment for Uthermal when he was out of position and he lost his 4th base. it was in that moment where, again, he lost over 30 SCVs and was forced all in. He had to end the game then and there. And he did well for himself, but does tap out in the end. And with that, Spirit takes a 1-0 lead. Spirit does take the lead. Remember, he was across the map. He killed the natural. He was pushing into the main. And Euthermal had only that forward army. So getting into game 2. Trying to get into game 2. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. But Mark has the power of being bold, Pappy. Oh, true. He has the bonus. The bold bonus. Aye, aye, aye. I mean, that was pretty back and forth. There were good moments for both players. Again, like, Euthermal, there was a time here where he was ahead. It was after his successful push at the third base, where Spirit wasn't able to counterattack, when Spirit was down in workers, down a base as well. Euthermal was getting up in supply. But again, that was the moment when Euthermal moved out, and when he left his fourth base exposed. And yeah, that was the beginning of the end there for Euthermal. Again, I feel like that last game is a big example of how important positional play and map awareness is, because Euthermal didn't see Spirit go for the Doom Drop towards the south, which is what forced, you know, the events that occurred towards the end of the game. At the same time, Spirit also missed the movement at his own fourth as well, so it was hard for both players to keep up. But regardless, we're diving into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Terran player, the Red Terran representing Na'Vi, leading the series 1-0. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Green Terran player representing Offside Esports. Down in the series, looking to bounce back, it is Euthermal. Not bold enough. True, he still kept some hair. That's his mistake, question mark? Don't understand these Terran memes. Aye, aye, aye. But here we go. We are going for that interesting proxy rack. So it's going to be a 2-racks opening here from Euthermal. This is not an all-in. This is kind of like a middle-of-the-road build where you're able to apply some pressure, get some damage done, and transition back at home. So kind of like a half proxy, if you will. Meanwhile, this can actually work out quite nicely. Okay, Spirit, do you see what I see? I see a single gas. This is an economic build, a racks into expansion. What does this mean? This means that Spirit is going to be delaying his factory, which means his Hellion is going to be delayed as well. Because this Hellion is going to be delayed because of the faster base, that means that Euthermal has a window where he can get some damage done. He can delay the CC or get some worker kills. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. As Spirit is going for the racks expand, but that is a safe CC on the high ground. So Spirit, he's still a little bit paranoid, going for the CC on the high ground instead, but still vulnerable. It's still vulnerable to aggression, and we'll see what Euthermal can get done with these Reapers. First Reaper's moving out. Again, Spirit has his own Reaper as well, but Euthermal will have the Reaper lead. Will have the Reaper advantage. We're just waiting for that second Reaper to move out. And then we can send it in. As we dive into the bases, Reaper is further back in the main. CC is spotted, factory still in production, and we can get a worker. Yeah, we do delay the CC, and we can delay the factory. SV is focused down. A nice pick off factory, heavily delayed. And with that, we can camp the main. But the second Reaper has arrived. Euthermal being forced out. Factory does complete. Hellion's in production. But it isn't just our 2 Reaper timing, it's our 4 Reaper timing. There's a third, and now the 4th Reaper. Euthermal can dive in once again. Again, he's looking for a Reaper pickup, if at all possible. We'll delay the CC once again. Oh! Not quite diving on the Reaper. Does get one. But we'll trade 1 for 1. Spirit has to be careful, pulling back even further. Bleeding out another SCV, but now we've held. We have held on. We clean up the Reapers, but it did cost us quite a lot. Looking at the unit loss tab, that was 5 SCV kills for 4 Reapers. A bit of an even trade. 5 worker kills nonetheless, and back at home, Euthermal is trying to catch up with his own CC on location. Whew. Again, there's a world out there where if Euthermal had gotten on top of those Reapers a little bit sooner, if he had been able to kill them and pick them off a little bit sooner as well, things could have very quickly escalated out of control. He lands the CC! He lands the racks! Delays the CC! Oh my god, Euthermal, you're an animal! Just being as annoying as possible. Now, thankfully, it's a CC, so we can just morph in the orbital and then land it on location. So, it's just a bit of an annoyance. But a cute move here from Euthermal. Very cute. As he does float away. And behind this, we're settling into Bioplay and Cyclones. Settling into our Cyclones. Orbital's going to be able to land once again. This time it won't be delayed. Rack's not quite here in time. And we have a third CC as well. Interesting. Spirit. So Spirit did lose a lot of SCVs, and we're going to be denying and delaying some mining here at the natural as well. But to make up for it, fast third. Third base, it's almost done. So very greedy play here out of Spirit. Meanwhile, Euthermal going for his own third, but just now beginning as Spirit is completing. So we'll see if Euthermal can delay or even punish Spirit for this greed. Spirit is going for his double drop. Going for the Cyclones. Dipping into the natural, getting a couple of SCVs, not bad. Euthermal coming in with his own Cyclones as well. And he wants to try to hunt down that medevac. He won't quite catch it. Spirit does hide here in the dead space. He's going to stay hidden. Oh, dipping back in as Euthermal moves out. And we're going to get even more SCVs. So there's a tank in position. That's another 2 workers. That's 4 in total. Euthermal going for his own counter drop. Headed for the main. Headed for the main base. Spirit, for the most part, is in position with our Reapers, with our Hellions. And we should have enough. Yeah, we do react in time. Euthermal catching a Reaper. Not bad. Takes a couple hits. Oh, with the auto turret. No, the medevac. Oh my god. Barely escapes. Does waste an auto turret. You can see the Cyclones looking to intercept. Spirit trying to hunt down this medevac is on the way. Yeah, it looks like he won't quite catch it. Euthermal, he plays it safe, does hug the edge of the map. As I say that, Spirit is in position. Oh my god, okay. Does move away. And Euthermal, he might make it back home. Goes to the boost, scans, gets eyes on the third base timing. Cyclones are ready! No! We do catch a Cyclones, and we do shut Euthermal down. The drop is caught. Euthermal now stuck here back at home, building up his tanks. Has Ravens. Looking at the armies, we have Euthermal up in tanks, even on Ravens. Euthermal investing already in those Vikings. Speaking of Vikings, they do shut down the medevac. Bit of a give and take here. Both players losing their Cyclones. And I just realized Euthermal didn't just go up to double Starport. That is triple Starport production. Oh my god. Okay, going mass Viking. And Euthermal does have the air control. That is 5 Vikings to the 2 of Spirit. So big commitment here from Euthermal is moving out. Now, because of all these Vikings, very few Marines. Very few Marines here with the army. It's mainly about the Viking and tank. Yeah, there is no stim. Thermal does siege up. Rallying across the map. Again, these Marines are mainly here to buffer for when Spirit decides to dive in. Tank's getting within range. Take down the center tower. Looking around. Liberators on the way as well for Euthermal. That will give him some pushing power. Will allow him to push forward. When it comes to these Ravens, we most likely are holding onto energy for auto turrets for when the boys are pulled. If the boys are pulled. Going for a bit of a dive. Vikings catching Vikings. Spirit being forced back. But Euthermal was trying to hunt down these Ravens. Didn't quite catch them. But got a couple of Vikings nonetheless. And we're going for the disables. We're going for the dive. The Vikings land. Auto turrets being thrown down. And can Euthermal break this? Looks like he cannot. And he's forced back. And too much bio, too many Marines. GG gets called, and Spirit breaks out and takes the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Spirit. It was honestly a really tense moment. That was a really tense moment for Euthermal. If he had caught those Ravens, it would have been a different game. Likewise, I was a little bit ambitious for him to go for the dive then and there. Unfortunately for Euthermal, Spirit had stim. He had already completed the stim with his bio army. He had so many Marines. Boys were pulled as well, and yeah, he had enough to hold on there. Did have enough to break through alongside all of his own Ravens as well. Congratulations to Spirit as it does take the series. My condolences to Euthermal, but a solid series nonetheless. As we are getting ready for our next match, as we're heading over to the Americas region. Let's go. Let us go. Yo, and we have some updates, some surprising updates at that. I'm ready for it. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have our next opponent, which we expected. It's going to be Spirit versus Hero in a PvT. Is going to be Spirit versus Hero. In the quarterfinals, you can see there, Chance is lying in wait. Chance is a Korean Protoss player. Been around for a couple of years. But it looks like he has name changed to Ordinary. But that is Chance. Scrolling down, we have Skillus versus Su. Su took down Trigger 2-1. Big win there for Su. Now he's up against Skillus. Skillus, who has been on fire as of late, and followed by Firefly as well. So best of luck to Su in those matches. I do still favor Skillus and Firefly though, so we'll see. We'll see how they can perform. Scrolling down, we have the matchup that I was surprised by. Lambo, he 2-0'd Gumiho. Big win. Big win for Lambo. Takes down Gumiho 2-0. Now up against Showtime in a ZVP. To wish Lambo the best of luck. Just messaging some players. Scrolling down, we have Cure up against Mana. There towards the center of the bracket as well. And let's see if we can scroll down a little bit. Bam. There we go. We have Max Pax was at Creator. Went to the ace match. Shout out to Creator. Did force the ace match in that series. Did force the ace match there. And now Max Pax is up against Classic. We spoke about all the Protoss players down there. And now up against Classic. Winner goes up against Jeshi or Nightmare. My condolences to Young Yakov. I said before that we had a bit of a meme there with Young Yakov surrounded by like 6 Protoss players. Young Yakov does go down in the first round. And we have a Protoss confirmed for the lower semifinals. For the lower semifinals, there's going to be a Protoss player between Max Pax, Classic, Jeshi, and Nightmare. Wish them all the best of luck. Scrolling up, I glossed over it. We have Clem. Clem up against Trap in a TVP. And again, Cure versus Mana in a TVP as well. Do wish them all the best. But we have our own series. We have our own series. Again, personally, I would have loved to have caught Lambo there in his run versus Showtime. Again, wish him the best. But we're following Spirit. We're going to be following Spirit into his TVP, into Hero. Into Chance. That is where our attention does lie. Who is DJ BS? Oh, that's Su. That's Su, Bobby. Su. Thought it was some random. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. There's the Korean Zerg player Su. There are a couple of Korean players. I think Bunny used to be one of them as well, where those letters are actually their name in Hangul, but it's just on the American keyboard. Like it's so it looks like a jumbling of letters, but there's like meaning there. I think Dark was like that as well for a while. Something along those lines. But that's why back in the day, a lot of the Korean players, their challenge names would be that. It would just be a bunch of letters like that. Just catching up in the chat. I signed up for C Duckling Open. Gonna be fun to play some StarCraft again. Let's go. Good luck. Good luck. Best of luck, Pat. Best of luck. As a reminder as well, there is a game limit. I say game limit. There's a game requirement. If you are playing in Sea Ducking Open, you have to play at least 50 games a season. Just as a heads up. As a heads up. It is just a measure to make sure there's no like smurfing or something, like that the account is active and your current MMR is reflective of your current skill. So just reminder, if you are playing in Sea Duckling Open, you got a ladder, Pop. You got a ladder. Get on Patreon, support this awesome channel. Oh, thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate all the support that we get on Patreon. Do appreciate it. Cursed by the bold prediction. I'm in the 2 games away from Master. Then you're a Masters player, Pat. It's okay, that's why we have MSO. That's why we have Masters 1 open. We are going to be settling in. But yeah, we do have Hero versus Spirit. Vetoes are now done, and we're getting ready to dive into game number 1 on Oceanborn. Let's go. Let's go. In 2v2, that 2v2 doesn't count. We don't count 2v2, Pappy. Don't count 2v2. We don't count unranked either, as a heads up. It's gonna be ladder games. Ladder games. But we are jumping in. Looks like we have our lobby. It looks like our players are ready. You can hear the beeps. We are jumping into game 1 of Hero versus Spirit. Let's go. Let us go. Coming into this, Hero is going to be coming in as a favorite player, but at the same time, because of Hero's style, he can be very unpredictable. Like, he can be very inconsistent. That's the word I'm looking for. He can be very inconsistent just because of how wild he can be. Well, let's dive in. Let's sink our teeth into some PvT action. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, Weibo Esports. Sorry, Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. Weibo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran player from land of Poland, representing Navi. It is Spirit. 4v4 should count as 4 games. You're an animal, Sounder. You're an animal. We are settling in. For those that are curious, Dragon KZ Gaming no longer does exist. It has now been acquired by a different team in preparation for the Esports World Cup, as another team that I believe has a presence in other esports has kind of acquired or assimilated Dragon KZ Gaming into themselves. So now it's WBG. Weibo Gaming. Weibo, baby, Weibo. Not to be confused with Weeaboo Gaming, which it kind of looks like. A little bit. A little bit as we are settling in. Again, Spirit going for an economic opener, going for a Rax expand. is going for more economic opener here. Likewise, Hero going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Oh, sorry, a gate cyber expand even. Into our take of choice, I imagine a Twilight Council, but we'll keep an eye out for a Robo or a Stargate. We'll see what Hero is feeling like as we settle in. Waifu gaming. Oh no, not like this. I'm reminded of Club NV. I don't know if you remember this, but in the early years of Club NV, when they were Team NV, they would always have like an anime waifu instead of their clan logo in game. I'm shaking my head. They would have a waifu instead of their clan logo, and they would switch the waifu like every couple of months. Like they'd switch which anime waifu it was, from whatever anime they were referring to. Shaking my head. Which is why for a long time Team NV was the team of the waifus. Shaking my head. And I blame creator for that. I blame creator 100%. I mean, creator, he's even traveling to Japan recently. He's been spending some time in Japan. I wonder why. Waifus? Most likely. It's the creator. Oh, has a nice hold position on the depot, keeping it lowered. Stalker dipping in, applying some pressure. At the same time, second Stalker is moving out across the map. Widowmine has arrived. We have to be very, very careful to waste that shot. Yeah, the probe is focused down. But the Stalkers, they just avoid the Widowmine. They focus on the Marines. They catch an SCV as well. Again, we're only pumping out the one Marine at a time. We have a Reaper on the way. And we just deny mining. We just deny mining here at the natural. Third Stalker moving on out. What about that Widowmine, though? Yeah, we're up against the wall. Cyclone does bust in. The mine shot is going to get spent on the weakened Stalker. And Hero will get the hell out of there. But a nice trade he picked off for Marines, an SCV. Did delay mining for a long time. Is now forced back. Now remember, with this Robo Opener, we could go into a fast Colossus, into fast Bay, but no, we get into a Prism when we're moving out across the map. Hero being hyper aggressive here in the face of Spirit. Getting a second gateway on the way. Immortal production has begun. As Hero moves out, Spirit is moving in. Spirit moving in with his Cyclone drop. Things are about to get rowdy here. Do we have a warp in available? Drop dives in. Would you have a warp in? We can warp in one Stalker at a time. Immortal's about to pop out. And workers are falling from both sides. Hero forced out of the main base. At the same time, Widowmine does borrow. And we got 6 probe kills. Hero trying to bait out that mine shot. That's not going to happen. Nice control from Spirit. And denying so much mine time, getting 8 probe kills. The mine shot. I'm forced to connect on the Immortal. Finally, we forced this to pick up. But pretty good damage here from Spirit. Like 8 probe kills. And he defends. And he's not done! Getting a 9. Can we get a 10? Not quite. But 9 probe kills. The Prism has to race back home. Behind this, working towards charge. Liberator diving into the main. Hero having a hard time keeping up. Ooh! Hatching another worker, another probe. The probe does go down. A Hero being as active as possible, moving out once again with charge lots, or soon to be charge lots. Charge is halfway done. So calm down. Stalker's on patrol. We can see Spirit already walling off here at the natural, going for a full wall off. Which means what are Chargelot's going to do? How can they bust into this? Again, Hero, he's delaying his third base in favor of all these gateways. Hero wants to commit. No extra gases. Mass Zealots. He'll try to ferry into the main. But boys are being pulled. And can we lift? Up! The Immortal barely out of range. There we go, we do save it. Just barely. Immortal is saved, charge kicks in, but we can't break this. Yeah, we cannot break this. We cannot knock down the front door. We have tanks, we have a wall, we have a Liberator, we have a bunker as well. Hero needs to expand. Otherwise, how do we approach this? How do we get into the main? We're gonna try, but the Viking is in position. Oof. Getting some hull damage, and one more shot! Yeah, the prism goes down. No more way in. Hero forced to recall. Behind this, Forge is on the way. Dark Shrine as well. Finally, we're expanding. Finally, we're taking a third, but this is so delayed. Like, Spirit is ahead economically. Next gets thrown down. Nexus is thrown down. We can see Spirit trying to make his way into the main. Hero able to keep up. Oh, the medevac! Full medevac goes down. Nice pickoff. Very nicely done. I see in the chats the rule about the ladder games. Yes, it is set in stone. It is set in stone. I mean, it isn't just about Smurfs, but we also, want to promote laddering as well. Do want to promote it. Give players an incentive to ladder as well, to be active, to play StarCraft. Here we go. DT drop into the main. Oh, going for the tanks. Getting two. Oh my god, getting 2 tanks. Can we get a third? We can! We will! Oh my god. Again, unfortunately, we just did not have a skin available earlier. 3 tanks for nothing. The DTs are saved, but at the same time across the map, oh, we did get 6 probe kills with that Liberator. Not bad. Zero was being very intent with that micro, with those DTs. Double drop on the right-hand side. Maneuvering across the map. And with that, Hero, he's making up for his otherwise kind of deficit here. Like, Hero, his third base was so heavily delayed, so very important that he was able to find some damage. Archon drop coming in, meanwhile, double drop into the main base. Hero, he's moving out, he's not quite in position to defend. Uh-oh. And we focus on that shield, but our probes are going to be falling as well. Hero, he's committed. He's not turning back. And warping in defensive DT. And Spirit, he's so quick to just give up on his third. He just evacuates. I mean, Hero's all in. Yeah, all we have to do is survive. Survive is the name of the game here. Boys are being pulled. Decent force fields. Do we catch some SCVs? Immortals in the back line. Tanks, again, we killed 3 tanks earlier. There's only 1 tank left. Spirit is vulnerable. But the Zalts, they melt. Meanwhile, across the map, we deny mining at the third. Again, Hero down to 29 workers. And we force a recall. We focus out the Immortals. 1, 2 go down. Only 1 escapes. And it doesn't even escape. It gets shut down here by the drop. And Spirit, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken his opponent. GG gets called, and Spirit takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. We spoke about this earlier, but Hero was hyper aggressive this game. There was just no chill for Hero, initially playing 2 base, being forced into a delayed third, and being forced into an all-in at the end there, and Spirit just in control of the entire game state there, having such a great job at reading Hero. Despite losing all those tanks, he still had such a good defensive position. And again, Spirit, he recognized the situation so quickly and so well, he just immediately gave up. He gave up on the third. He gave up on the third base, he pulled away, pulled back to his natural. He knew that that's all he needed to do. He just had to hold on to that natural base, and with that, GG. GG, well played, Spirit. Oh, sorry, just fixing the out-of-game score. But Spirit does take game 1. And it's a best of 3. Hero is up against the wall. He's up against the wall here. And we're loading into Ghost River. Oh my god. We are loading into Ghost River. Let's go. Terran OP true. I mean, a big reason for this is just the playstyle of Hero, and again, Spirit just recognizing it so well. Playing very safe, very careful. I mean, I say that the drop play, because of how active Hero was, the non-stop drop play in the Liberator Harass was doing that much more damage, because Hero was never home to defend. Here we go, we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran player from land of Poland, representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. As we settle into this, Hero's going to calm down. Hero's going to calm down a little bit, but how much can you calm down on a map as small as Ghost River? Aggression is favored on this map, but it goes both ways. As this probe is being so annoying. Delaying the racks. A couple of seconds there, we were able to throw it down. You can see Spirit coming in to zone away that probe. Up! Up! Can he cut it off? Up! He can! He can, he will, and the probe, it goes down. Big pickup. Typically Hero, he would want to preserve and keep that probe alive to send it out here behind the mineral line to check the natural base timing, or to hide it here at the third base location to dip back in. Ooh, and Hero opening up 2 gate. Oh my god. Hero, he has no chill. 2 gate opener here from Hero. With this, we're going to be hyper aggressive. We're going to be delaying our expansion in favor of additional gateways, in favor of additional units. Okay, now again, this does hit a little bit faster on this map, as we are going to be entering, or as the rush distance by ground is quite short. So this is going to hit a little bit harder for Hero. As we are amassing our initial zealots into stalkers, into adepts. Spirit back at home is in the dark. I believe Spirit, he skips his, oh sorry, he's going for his first Reaper as we speak. But he did skip his SCV Scout. There we go, we are chronoing out those stalkers. Reaper does move out across the map, running into the Zealot. Is going to be delayed, is going to be distracted. Zealot is going to keep this Reaper busy. Hiding in the tall grass. Oh, oh. Spirit has to back off. Stalkers are on the way. Not just 2, we have a 3rd and 4th Stalker as well. Hero finally going to expand. Finally going to take his natural. It is heavily delayed. And we'll see if Hero can make this worth his while. The bunker's done! The bunker has completed. Just in time. You see here trying to avoid that bunker. Zealot goes down. Here it does get behind the mineral line. Oh, but the wall is solid. We're trying to work our way through. And the Stalker does fall. We're down to 1 Stalker, 2 more on the way. So far, Spirit handling himself well. And the Cyclone is about to arrive. With the help of the Cyclone, we can clean this up. As I say that, we're bleeding out a couple of these Marines. And boys might have to be pulled. Cyclone is targeted down, but we get the Stalker. We get 1, we get 2. There's 1 Stalker left. And wait, we've held. We're fine, Bobby, we're fine. Heroes being forced back. So far, this hasn't really been worth it. What did we get so far? We've gotten 0 SCVs. We got 3 Marines, we got a Reaper, 0 workers. Speaking of, we're looking for more worker damage, but now we have 2 Cyclones. And this opener has been a little bit lackluster for Hero. He was hoping for more damage. But again, it was so important that Spirit did finish up that bunker when he did. So it was a good read from Spirits. Behind this, it's going to be another Robo opener. It's been quite common here amongst the Korean Protosses. Robo opener into a fast Colossus or into the fast War Prism. Finally, we managed to get a couple of workers. TV's going down. Delaying some depots. Up. So we don't quite commit, not yet. We're gonna try and force our way in, but boys are being pulled. Tank has arrived. There is no blink. Adepts do shade in, but we have Cyclones in position. And behind the Spirit, getting into a 3-1-1. Third CC is on the way. You can see that Hero with that Robo Opener is going for a Robotic Spay. But Weezer and I so much mining time in the main base. Two probes go down. The Bay is spotted, so Spirit, he's aware of the Colossus eventual build-up. This Colossus is soon on the way. And Spirit's not looking too bad. Building up his tanks, working towards Stim. Hero rushing into his own third. But Hero's vulnerable. Like right now, he has no Blink Stalkers, he has Vanilla Stalkers, he has no Immortals, no Colossus, no Prism. Like Hero is vulnerable to an attack. Likewise, Spirit is still building up. You're an animal, Ice Nut. The Bay is spotted. So now he's on Bay watch. Oh, shaking my head. Este Ice Nut. Spirit bold move, moving out with his Raven. Boys, we have some Auto Tartaras. Back at home, we're waiting for our upgrades. Basically, we're still waiting for Stim, Combat Shields. The third base is going to be landed on location. Spirit is still waiting for the rest of his production to kick in. And again, Spirit still has the better economy compared to Hero. Spirit, he's up on workers plus mules. So the longer this goes on, the better it is for Spirit. As he's building up his army. And right now, there's more pressure on Hero to get something done. You know, +1 attack, just now about to begin for Hero. We've got Colossus, which is okay. It keeps us alive, but we still need to refine our army. We're getting there. My Spirit going for his own double drop. Cyclones getting caught out. Still trading 1 for 1. 2 for 1. Double drop dips in. Do manage to pick up a couple of Zealots. Going for the pylon. Ooh, pylon does go down. Do drop away. Job does lift. Job does get away. And yes, so far, really nice counter damage here from the Spirits. Yeah, the drop, we have a bit of a distraction. We have our auto turrets in the main. 3 probes go down. Drop coming back in. And remember, Hero doesn't have Blink. Like, without Blink, these drops and the Ravens, they're free to harass us as they please. It's not just no Blink, but no Phoenixes either. As the Disruptor production has begun. Now, the reality is that even though Spirit has been looking really good this game, a couple of Novas. If we can connect with like 1 or 2 good Novas, then Hero can take a fight. He can take a fight and he can swing things in his favor. The scary thing about Ghost River, because how small this map is, if you win a fight here in the middle of the map, then it takes seconds to just move in and deny base. Move in and crush the third and then end the game. So the game can end off of 1 big fight. As things very quickly escalate out of control. Meanwhile, 2 more robos, so it's going to be triple disruptor production. That's a lot of disruptors on the way for Hero. And again, that's just a good way to deal with, or to try to catch up. Spirit looking to move out. So you can see Spirit now more than 20 armor supply up. Catches the Observer. Taking a 4th, as Hero's taking his. Spirit will be the first to max out. But I'm still waiting for any kind of Liberator production. For now, it's just Viking Bio Ghost, which isn't bad. But once the Disruptor count gets up to a certain point, we need those libs. as it's so difficult to push into Novas and into Disruptors. For now, Spirit is moving out. And that basically 190 supply. Auto Chart's coming in, distracting Hero. Hero does spot the main army. He's got 3 Disruptors. Nice EMP. Raises the army. Catching some of the observers. Sorry, the observers, the sentries. Do rotate around. Nova's going to be going off, and we do pull back in time. Yeah, catching only a Marauder, a handful of Marines. That's 2 Novas already spent. We have 2 more left. And 2 Novas remaining. The army dives on in. The tanks are exposed. And the tanks are going down, one after the other. Can we catch a Disruptor? Looks like we can. 1 goes down. But this was a really awkward fight for Spirit. Again, he lost a lot of his firepower already. He bled out 2 tanks, and we have to get the hell out of here. And Spirit has to pull back. He's going to shave off a couple of gateway units. The tank in a good position as well. Got a free shot off. But yeah, now we have to retreat, and now that we've realized how many Disruptors there are, now we get the Fusion Core. And again, this feels a little bit late. Fusion Core is on the way. This is going to be for Liberator range. Full mass lib. But we're not there yet. Are we trying to find a way across the map? Decent concave here from Spirit, but the Novas! And the Novas, they force back the army. Hero breaking through. And catching more of these Vikings. The Vikings are exposed. They don't take down any of the Colossus. And Spirit falling apart a little bit, and Hero, he has maxed out. He's caught up. Going for the planetary. Novas once again grazing the army. Okay, some Marauders. Ooh, catches some Ghosts. Very nice connections towards the end. But you can see the Hero, he's running out of Zealots. They're coming to reinforce. The Colossus goes down. And Hero can barely hold his own. Vikings trickling in. Hero still making 3 Disruptors at a time, can still keep pushing. But does have to respect these Vikings. Nova's once again fanning out. Viking count down to 1. Yeah, and Hero has been fighting well. Again, we haven't seen like a major purification of it, like catching the army, but we've been picking off like 2, 3 Marauders at a time, a Ghost at a time. It does add up. It does add up, and Spirit, he's out of position. We go straight in between the bases. Hero does find himself up the ramp. Doesn't commit. Pulls back. Let's rotate around. He's up to how many? 9 Disruptors! That's a lot of purification, Novas. We have 7 left. 6 left. Same time, Mind Drop across the map. Hero rotating around. And we spoke about Liberators. Finally, we're making 4 Liberators at a time, but is it too late? The base goes down. Spirit trying to come in from behind, and he will not catch a Disruptor. Meanwhile, Hero diving on the main army. And it does collapse in. And picks off the Vikings. Oh, the Nova! Catching Ghosts. Ghosts are going down. More Novas being sent out, and they do connect. And look at how many Disruptors we have behind this. Far too many. But the freedom is here. Doesn't matter. Nice target firing here out of Spirit. Gets a Disruptor. Lands EMP. Does land an EMP, and we are lacking a gateway army. Zealots, they come in to reinforce. Like here, he's done a great job at preserving Disruptors, but we need Stalkers, we need Zealots, we need Archons, we need something to hold the line. So we're going back into Colossus. And more Stalkers on the way. Do we have Blink? Yeah, we have Blink. Spirit, he's denied the 5th. Spirit is contained. Liberators, they forced a little bit awkward here to push in to the third at least, but we just go for the fourth. We attempt to. Liberators are on their own. 2 lives go down. I'm loving the drop across the map. Liberation Zone set up once again. And we do punish this army. A much better fight here for Spirit. At the same time, that's a kill on the natural. He's been having a hard time like dancing with the main army of Hero, but yeah, this drop was worth it. We get 17 probe kills, the natural nexus, forcing back the entire army, giving Spirit the time he needs to rebuild and max out or mass up his ghosts again, his marauders, his liberators. Taking a 5th base. Spirit is maxed out. And we're going for another drop. And we may just go for a base trade. But we're waiting. We're in position. And where are the stalkers? Up. Nova's sending back the army. Disruptors once again, yeah, forcing and bullying back the army even further. The Novas! Oh, they connect. Big connections. Finally here for Hero. At the same time, we'll bleed out his base. Nexus goes down. And Hero's all in. Hero is completely all in. The Disruptors are low. They're being targeted down one after the other. We're down to 3 Disruptors. And Spirit, he can keep pushing. He's not stopping. He's going to keep moving out across the map. Yeah, there's no pushing into the main. Force to recall. And we can focus on the Colossus one after the other. There's 1 Colossus left. Ooh, just barely survives. So have to drop into the main. And Spirit, he's just all over this. You know, he has a fresh mining base. It's a planetary. Sniping the main nexus. Hero down to 2 bases. Down to 1.5 bases, really. And it looks like Spirit has done it. I mean, there is a chance where Hero can maybe take a fight. Bearing in mind that Spirit has half his supply elsewhere. In these drops. Doesn't have everything at home to defend. Zealots have with the third. We catch the SCVs! Ooh, 20 SCVs go down. The Nova doesn't connect. And with that, Spirit, he can chase this back. No more Disruptors. No more Colossus. Spirit's kiting back to that Liberator. And GG gets called. There's nothing left. And Spirit will take the series 2-0, bringing down Hero. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Spirit as he does take the series. A very, very chaotic game. Spirit did have a lot of momentum. If you remember, Hero was hyper aggressive once again here in game number 2. And Hero was set behind. Hero, he did fall behind. His initial aggression with his 2-gate opener didn't really do much damage. Hero was being bullied back at home. He tried to rush into Colossus, but the drop play was picking him apart, and Hero did eventually stabilize by getting to Disruptors. There was a nice moment where momentum swung in favor of Hero with his mass Disruptor, but he never really had a good answer for the Liberators, and he just kept bleeding out too many Stalkers. So many Stalkers went down throughout the course of the mid to late game, because that Liberators was doing such a great job of just holding the line, bullying him back home, and also because of the lack of Stalkers. I love the drop play. The drop play there from Spirit to go across the map and to force the all-in. Sniping base after base. GG. GG, well played. Spirit does take it. Again, Hero a little bit too aggressive, gets punished for it, and with that, we're getting into the next round. We're getting into the quarterfinals. And let's see where we are. Let us catch up on what has been going on. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket. I'm just messaging Chance. Just messaging Chance. As up next is going to be another Terran versus Protoss. It's going to be Spirit versus Ordinary. Now, I did just ask Chance whether he name changed officially or not, and he said yes. Yes, so Chance was the Korean Protoss player, and he has name changed to Ordinary, as he's only playing part-time. Like, he's not committing full-time anymore. So, That's, I think, the reasoning for the name, which is a little bit smudge, but I understand. So up next is going to be Spirit versus Ordinary. Scrolling down, we do have Skilless versus Sue, still mid-series, still ongoing. Still ongoing. We have Firefly waiting for the winner of the series. Meanwhile, we have Lambo versus Showtime mid-series as well. That's going to be an amazing PvZ. And do we have any other updates? Let's have a look here. Do we have any updates? We have Cure versus Mana. Did go the way of Cure. Took down Mana 2-0. And Cure is now up against Clem as Clem 2-0'd Trap. So we have a TVT going on there in the lower quarterfinals. We also have Max Pax taking down Classic 2-0. Now up against Jeshi as Jeshi 2-0 Nightmare. That is crazy. That is impressive. GG, well played. Jeshi with an upset takes down Nightmare 2-0. And is now up against Max Pax to determine which Protoss makes it into the semifinals. Best of luck. Best of luck. I see in the chat. So I heard there was a diamond tournament on Saturday. Are you guys going to be streaming it? Yes. Yes, we are. Yes. We do stream and host Sea Duckling Open. Do you host it? Do you host it? Meanwhile, do we have any other updates here? Just trying to quickly double check. I wonder where the main stream is. The Chinese stream. One moment. Just quickly double checking. And it looks like they were... What were they in? Oh, Sue versus Skilless. Okay. They were casting Sue versus Skilless. And was there a conclusion to that? Skilless takes down, this just in, Skilless takes down Sue 2-1. And now Skilless is up against Firefly. And I believe the Chinese stream is covering that series. Makes sense. They're following Skilless into Firefly. That'll be leading into either Lambo or Showtime. We're going to be focusing on Spirit versus Ordinary. And then we'll probably go down to where Lambo and Showtime are. We'll probably head down there for the upper semifinals. Should it be in the schedule? Yes. Exclamation mark SDO. There you go. There you go. But GG well played. Again, a solid performance out of Spirit. Hero was hyper aggressive both in game 1 and game 2. He was punished for that aggression quite hard in both games. So really nice performance there out of Spirit. And with that, we have our next series. Again, Chance did retire for a long time. Chance, he retired for a very, very long time. And now he's back, and as I just mentioned, he did let us know that he name changed to Ordinary as he's only playing as a hobby, like kind of like a part-time player. Like he's playing in his free time. So he's not as committed as he once was. So it's really cool to see Chance making it this far in the tournament, but of what I just said, it does feel like Spirit should be the favorite player here. Spirit should be favored, but I'm excited to see if Chance can cause an upset and take it to Spirit. I want to believe. I do want to believe. As vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. And as vetoes are getting underway, we might just go on a short break. Here to calm things down. Again, people asking about a diamond tournament. If you're interested, exclamation mark SDO in the chat. We've been running Sea Duckling Open ever since 2019, I think. No, before that. 2017? It's been so long. It's been so long. We've been hosting Sea Duckling Open for many, many years. Been a very long time. It used to be a weekly tournament. Nowadays, because we're busy casting so many other events, and Sea Duckling Open does take a lot of effort to like organize and admin, we only now host it every month. So now it's a monthly tournament, not a weekly like it used to be. And yeah, it's gonna be this Saturday, this weekend. We do have a Sea Duckling Open. If you're interested, as I mentioned before, there are some rules to it, or there are some requirements. There is a minimum ladder game requirement. Again, it's to deter like Smurfs and to incentivize ladder play as well. So to have a ladder game requirement alongside a like live type game requirement as well, to deter any like new fresh accounts and stuff like that. So yeah, there are certain rules in place, but otherwise, enjoy. It's gonna be on Saturday. It's gonna be before WTL, before World Team League. It'll be one cast right into the other. So look forward to it. Otherwise, we're going on a short break. Going to be going on a very short break here, and when we return, we will have Spirit versus Ordinary. See you soon. Ta. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, that was just a nice small break there. Hope you enjoyed the brutal OST as we have returned with our next series, our first quarterfinals match of the night. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our Polish Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player from South Korea. He used to go by Chance for a very long time, but he has made his return, and he is now Ordinary. Smooge. Smooge might be Smooge, but here we go. Chance, of course, known for name changing quite a bit. If you remember, Chance did call himself Jaw Titan for a while as well. What were his names? There was Chance, Jaw Titan, now Ordinary. There are some others. Let me quickly double check. I'm curious. I remember there was some other interesting ones. Chance, Jaw Titan, Ordinary, Change. That's it. Change was another one. Went from Chance to Change. And Remember as well. There you go. Shaking my head. So yeah, Chance, he had a bit of an identity crisis for a while when he was competing. And speaking of, once again, name changing to Ordinary. But I've been excited to cast him just because Ordinary has, I guess I'll call him Ordinary now just to get accustomed to it. But Ordinary, he has been active once again for the past couple of weeks and has been getting some really good results. I've been really impressed, very impressed here with some of his results, coming back into form. Back into form once again. Just quickly trying to double check some of those results. I remember he went to the ace match against Classic. Yeah, he went to the ace match against Classic. He 2-0'd Goblin. He 2-0'd Silky. Like, to 2-0 Goblin... Oh, sorry. There we go. To 2-0 Goblin and Silky, I mean, that is not an easy feat. That is pretty impressive stuff here from Chance. God damn it, from Ordinary. He took a game off of Jesh. He took a game off of Classic. And took down Cyan as well. So based off of some of these recent results, it looks like he's been mainly looking competitive in PvP. Looks like PvP is his best matchup. But how does he compare to a Terran player? How does he compare to Spirit? That is the question. As I'm quickly checking, he hasn't played a single Terran player since his return. It's been over a year since he played against a Terran, which is crazy. I'm just quickly double checking. Last time we played against a Terran was in 2023. It was May of 2023 when we played against Björn in an ESL Open Cup. So it's been quite some time. Jaw Titan was the worst one for sure. Yeah, it was. it was weird. It's a reference to Attack on Titan for those that may be unfamiliar. The Jaw Titan is an entity, character in Attack on Titan. Speaking of Weeaboo Gaming, Kappa. Oh. But back at home, it's going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate in Phoenixes, just banking up our Phoenixes. Robo's on the way, so it looks like the beginnings of Phoenix Colossus. Very stock standard play here from Ordinary. Setting up for Phoenix Colossus. Meanwhile, we do see Spirit back at home, dealing with the Adept, getting to his own 1-1-1 and going for an earlier push here. Just a bit of a kitchen sink. We have Marines, Vanilla Marines, we have the one Cyclone, we have the one Widowmine, and we can of course juggle with that Medevac. And because of the Phoenix opener, we have very little to defend. Uh-oh. And we also missed the move out, and we're going for the Pylon. And that is Naruto's Pylon. Oh boy, we're going right for it. The Cyclone and the Marines, they do focus it down. And this Pylon will fall. Ordinary gonna try and save it. The Pylon gets shut down. Massive mine shot on the Stalkers. And we can pull back. Will delay Phoenix production, threatening the Cybercore. Another Cyclone has arrived. And already this early on, Ordinary getting abused here. Trying to catch some reinforcements, trying to catch any stray units, and it looks like we may pick off some Marines. But that's a kill on the Cybercore. Massive pickoff already. Ay. Marines are being shut down, but the Cybercore falls. Now we're rotating over. Now with the shield battery and the overcharge, Ordinary should be able to hold on to the natural. As we attempt to catch some Phoenixes. More reinforcements rallying across the map, but back at home, Spirit getting into his 3-1-1. Third CC's on the way. Spirit looking strong here, and oh my god, Medevac almost goes down. And we kite well. Marines are being shaved off. We do focus on one of those Phoenixes. We get one, we get a second. We do catch two Phoenixes as the Liberator gets into the main, gets 6 probe kills. And Spirit is being cleaned up, but it was worth it. He cut the Phoenix cannon in half. He got 6 probes. And as Spirit pulls back, we have a bunker. We have Marines. Stim is on the way. Third CC as well. As long as Spirit doesn't lose too much in this counterattack, we should be looking quite comfortable. We should be getting ahead. As Ordinary trying to find a way in. Mortal does lead the charge. Boys are pulled. We can repair. And we can and will. Big tank volley goes off. Can we catch the... Ooh, the Immortal? Not quite. Immortal does survive. Phoenixes managed to catch a couple of workers. Thankfully. Couple of SCV kills. And Ordinary has to retreat. Now get into Colossus production. Now settling in. But honestly, Ordinary doesn't have much to work with. Because of the earlier losses, we have a handful of Stalkers, a handful of Sentries. Third base is on the way, but it's so vulnerable. Phoenixes do dive in. And it looks like we will not catch a tank. The tank survives. We need more damage. We need to find something. Medevac, not too bad. Medevac goes down. Couple of SCVs. Let's go. Marauder as well. So finally, Ordinary trading well with these Phoenixes. But we're moving out. We're sending everything across the map. And I mentioned before that right now Ordinary is vulnerable. No Twilight Council upgrades. We do have a Colossus. We have force fields. Oh! And we can force field that center location. Force fields are thrown down. Nice catch there from Ordinary. Second Colossus coming out. Spirit still has a terrifying army. Still has momentum. Ordinary lying in wait on top of the ramp. Ready to force field once again. And we're holding. We're holding on, Pappy. We got charge on the way, +1. Temple Archives for Storm. And Spirit is backing up. Ordinary able to hold his own here. Spirit is being delayed. Ordinary once again getting ready here in the center of the map. Ready for those force fields. The Nova. He's being cheeky. Up! Can we catch the army? We have potential. Can we even try to bait the army to follow these Phoenixes into the Disruptor? Let's see if we can set that up. Get behind this fourth base on the way. Spirit checking with the Marine. Ordinary does retreat. Does pull back. Ordinary keeping up with the movement of Spirit. But now we're out in the open now. We can't really force field. Not anymore. But here comes the Nova. It's too soon. And too little too soon there from Ordinary. We sim on forward. We dive on top of the fourth base. And that's a kill, not a cancel. That's a kill on the Nexus. Nice kiting here from Spirits. And Zealots are going down. If the tank sieged up in Ordinary, he cannot push into this. It's not going to happen. Oof. So the tank shot goes off. Tank volley does go off. Doom drop being sent out. Spirit not quite committing yet. Forced to back off. Does retreat with his tanks. Ordinary trying to get ready in the main base. We have a couple Stalkers in position. But Spirit doesn't care. Spirit goes for the dive. Ordinary splitting up his army. Spirit, can we catch the Colossus? We can! We can and we will. One Colossus falls. Massive Doom drop into the main. The Nova grazes the army, gets a couple of units. That's a kill on the Nexus. Yeah, Spirit just pulling Ordinary apart. Getting the Disruptor as well. And can we get another? We can! Second Disruptor, the Immortal. Yeah, these Marauders, they just wreak havoc in the main base, going for a third Disruptor and a fourth. 4 Disruptors go down. The main base. And we're snowballing out of control. That's just far too much damage. Going for the kill, going for the fourth. Ordinary just unable to keep up. Spirit is looking to make a deeper run here in this tournament. Looking very much so in control of almost this entire game. Zealots close the distance. They being shut down. Colossus falls as well. Yeah, this position is just too brutal. We have the overcharge, and that's helping us hold on, but we barely have anything left. We have 2 Archons, a Colossus, a handful of Gateway units. And Spirit can just stim in. As long as we avoid the Novas, we're going to be okay. There it goes off. Nice connection. But it's still not enough. Zealots are coming in from behind. We get on top of the tanks. Ordinary making the best out of this situation. We'll bleed out every single Colossus. Oh. Nova connects. We're still just rallying everything across the map. This is not the cleanest of fights. It's a little bit messy. A little bit. But Spirit is overwhelming. He's still overwhelming his opponents. Breaks through the Zealots. GG gets called, and Spirit will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Spirit will take a lead here against Chance. Oh, God damn it. Against Ordinary. We'll take a lead. And Ordinary, he was trying to hold his own, but from the beginning of the game, he was just at a deficit. If you remember that initial pylon going down, the mine shot as well, the early game defense of Ordinary just wasn't good enough to be able to maintain ourselves and to keep up. And yeah, Spirit was able to get a nice early lead. If you remember, that was followed by Spirit catching 3 Phoenixes. He caught 3 Phoenixes, caught a bunch of gateway units. And Spirit was looking very comfortable there in the aftermath of the early game aggression. And with that, Spirit is now 1 game away from making it into the semifinals. Now I'm hoping that Chance can bring it back. I'm hoping that Ordinary can force the ace match. But we'll see. We shall see. As updates are coming in. Okay, oh my god. We can go over them after the series. But we have some big updates on the horizon. Some surprising results, actually. Yeah, some pleasantly surprising results. Some matches that I wasn't quite expecting. But I'm ready for it. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Na'Vi. Leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from making it into the semifinals. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing himself, currently teamless, recently name changing, was once Chance, but is now Ordinary. We go. He's like the antithesis of Special. Was actually unironically true. Like, Special was Major for a long time, and even before that, Major, he name changed so often. He was Light for a while, fun fact. He was Barbie, he was Wingy, he had like 10 different names. And for a long time he was Major, and it was a little bit controversial when he name changed to Special, rebranding after so long. And then he changed, of course, and settled on Special, and you have Chance doing something similar, settling on Ordinary, which is like the opposite of Special. But also having a bit of an identity crisis. Also, Protoss, not Terran. Let's go. As we are settling in, it looks like an economic opener here out of Spirits, going for a single gas geyser, which means we're going for a CC. Looks like a CC on the high ground, just to be a little bit safer. So, economic opener, but also safe. Here we go. No matter how many losses Protoss gets, I'll still be biased. You're an animal, Poppy. You're an animal. Aye. I mean, Spirits are doing really well tonight. They're doing very well. Not just against Ordinary, but also against Hero. This Ordinary is going for a Twilight Council opener this time. As a reminder, last game we went for a Stargate into Phoenix. And again, when you go for a Phoenix opener, you are vulnerable to early game aggression. So I like this adaptation here out of Ordinary to make sure we have a secure and safe early game and mid game. Working towards a Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, across the map is going to be interesting. Our second Rax on the way before the starport. A very aggressive build here out of Spirit. Yeah, third Rax as well. Okay, so it's going to be a 3-1-1 variation. The variation that I'm talking about is that we are delaying the starport for a very long time. Building up the bio counts, rushing to stim before anything. So we should be seeing a Tech Lab soon for Stim. And this is going to hit like a truck. This can either hit with Medivacs towards the end, with a double Medivac timing, or we can pull the boys. We can just pull the boys and go for a big 2-base all-in. Spirit has a lot of potential with this. Now, thankfully for Ordinary, it's not a Stargate opener. Stargate openers can be quite vulnerable against this. It's going to be Blink, but how many gateways? That's the question. Is it going to be 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink Stalkers instead? For now, 3 gates. Let's go. Very safe opener. 3rd gateway's on the way, so 3-gate Blink will keep us safe, will give us map control, and it should allow Ordinary to be active with his Stalkers and to slow down the push. It means that when Spirit moves out, there should be Stalkers here in position to pick away at the army and shave off Marines. Shave off Marine after Marine, maybe catch a tank. We should have the supply to pull that off. Assuming that Ordinary moves out. For the time being, there's that Stim that we spoke about. Stim, combat shields, again, we're prioritizing these upgrades. We are prioritizing. Tank production well underway. Second tank, and usually we move out with 2 tanks. I feel like Stim is usually lined up with the 3rd tank. I think I said 2 tanks. With 3 tanks. It is lined up with the 3rd tank, and then we can commit. And again, we have the potential to pull the boys. Now, Ordinary is playing it a little bit safer. You can see here, it's a 3-gate Blink into a bay before the 3rd base. But it's, in a way, it's a little bit safe just because we're prioritizing Colossus production. But I believe we have not made an Immortal yet. So no safety Immortals. Do catch a Cyclone. Here comes the move out. Boys are not being pulled. Not yet, as we're still waiting for the upgrades. And there we go, Starport is on the way. It looks like it's not going to be a 2-base all-in. You have the Starport for the eventual Medivacs. The army is spotted by the Observer. Ordinary is fully went. Ordinary, he does bypass the army. He sneaks around the tanks. Catches some Marines, going for the Marauder. But there's a tank on the high ground. Ooh, do punish this. One Stalker goes down. Do force a recall. Now, we caught a couple of Marines, we caught a Marauder, but the tank count is still solid. Still have the 1 tank of the main and 2 more with the main army. Do we move out? Ordinary still being active, and with the Observer, he has eyes on the army. 3rd CC's on location. Looks like Spirit is going to be macroing. Looks like if he wanted to hit a timing, he missed it. Likewise, because of Ordinary, like, he also kept Spirit back at home. Because of these Stalkers. So we're going for a longer game. Ordinary getting into Colossus and also getting into his 3rd. Likewise, so is Spirit. We're calming things down. We've survived the early game aggression. We're getting into the mid game here. And I'm liking Ordinary's position overall. Like, he hasn't sustained any big losses. You know, no drop play, no counterattacks, no economic damage. Again, Ordinary is the one with the map control with all these big Stalkers. Delays the 3rd base. And thanks to his Observers, he does spot all these move-outs. If we did commit to a move-out. So far, so good for Ordinary. Settling into more Colossus. We have 1 so far. 2nd's on the way. More Prism moving out. With the Prism, we can try to slip into the main. And get some economic damage done. This charge has completed. Ordinary being forced back. The War Prism does not pull back, though. Going for those Zealots. Spirit just trying to maintain his position here on this half of the map. Does siege up. This also means that the 3rd base is vulnerable. Like, we just moved out. So the 3rd base is exposed. So is the main. What are we going for? We could even just go for both. But this also means that all these Zealots won't be at home to defend. They're not going to be at home. Scan into the main. We do slip in. Probes are going down. Oh, Stalkers are being shut down as well. And here we go, Spirit. He's going for his push. He's making his move. At the same time, Zealots into the main base. Reinforcements are getting in position. Spirit actually dropping into the natural. Going for the Robos. But we have our Colossus. Yeah, big swipes going off. The tanks, they're not really supporting the main army. They focus on the Robo, but not the main force of Ordinary. And the Zealots are coming from behind. They collapse on top of the tanks. And Ordinary is shutting this down. We clean up the buy. We clean up the tanks as well. Very nice defense here. It did cost us a Robo, but that's all we lost. The Robo and the Gas Geyser. Across the map, the War Prism has survived. Zealots were cleaned up. But that was a much better trade for Ordinary. Again, looking at the units lost tab here, cost us the Gas Geyser, a Robo, a couple of probes. But we shut down all the tanks and a good chunk of bio. So Spirit did overextend. Like, sieging up in this position just wasn't really worth it. Well, the trade just wasn't really worth it. Didn't achieve too much. The Vikings do find the Prism, though. A massive catch. Prism is going to go down. One more shot. Up. Can we get it? We can. The Prism falls. Zealots have to race back home. See Ordinary taking a fourth, but Spirit is getting in position to deny it. They'll scan and going for the drop. Ordinary responds. And it looks like we will save the Nexus. Can't say the same for the Pylon. Pylon did fall. We're going for the base! Oh my god. That was very close. An extra second or two and that would have been a kill on the Nexus. And honestly, we could just jump back in. It is so low. Speaking of coming back in, he's doing it. Do load up. At the same time, another force on the left-hand side. And we'll see what Ordinary responds to. We go for the scan, get eyes on the disruptors. And really is just distracting the main army. Yeah, Spirit does pull back. He does get a kill the Colossus at the same time, dropping into the fourth. Overcharge is popped, but I believe we can focus it down. And this was the real target. And can we get it? Up! Up! It's so close! Oh my god! We barely do. Just barely. The Nexus goes down. We got the base. We got one Colossus earlier as well with the Vikings. The Picos here from Spirit. Even dropping into the main base, catching probes. Does cost us a medevac. Medevacs are going down. Ordinary building up towards a decent army. I mean, how many disruptors do we have? 5. 5 disruptors. 2 Colossus. Is a solid army. But it's also very immobile. As we're moving through the center, we have Spirit ready for 2 counterattacks. We have a push here towards the right and a drop towards the left. And we're all in. We're forcing the all in. Going for the Robos, depowering them, shutting down the fourth base as well. And what do we have to defend? Not much. The natural and third base are a bit exposed. But banking up Marauders. And we gotta go. We gotta commit to the base trade. Send it, Papi. Going for the third. Bases are falling across the map. Nova's up. Do we connect? Not quite. Nova's going off, and it looks like one of them does connect. Massive connection here on the bio. And we should clean this up. Ordinary is breaking through. Meanwhile, across the map, the natural been killed. The third base, the fourth. Ordinary is down to 1 base, and there are only Zealots. Only Zealots to defend. Spirit could go for the elimination. Same time, Spirit, he catches the Disruptors and the Colossus. No shot. Colossus goes down. Stalkers as well. Marauders, they're too good. Hey, just give me 5 Marauders, Papi. Just has his way with the main army. GG gets called, and Spirit will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. The base trade was just a position that was forced there for Ordinary. Again, he wasn't quite ready for the base trade. He had nothing at home to defend. He had a couple of game units, that's it. And Spirit was banking up an army in that main. And again, he was able to take a beautiful fight there, able to focus down so many Disruptors and all those Colossus towards the end. I was thinking that maybe maybe Ordinary had a chance to fight back and to maintain himself, but alas, it was not meant to be. GG, well played. Congratulations, Spirit does advance on into the semifinals, and now we can go over some of these other results. Now we can go over the brackets. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Some big results coming in, and I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this result here between Lambo and Showtime. Lambo took down Showtime 2-1. Hold on, I should scroll up. I'm spoiling you a little bit. But up here, Lambo took down Showtime 2-1. That's a big win. That's a massive win. I was already writing Zerg off. I was like, there's no Zergs in lower half. Like, Sue's getting knocked out. It's like, there's no Dark, there's no Solar, there's no Rainer, there's no Laser. There's not going to be a Zerg player in the quarterfinals, but there is. Lambo takes down both Gumiho and Showtime. Very impressive. A very impressive run here from Lambo to bring down two Titans in Gumiho and Showtime. And now Lambo is waiting for either Skillus or Firefly in the next round. Waiting for his opponent, so very big win here for Lambo, which means we do have a Zerg player still alive in the tournament. Amongst the sea of Protoss and Terran, there is one Zerg standing up against them all. Not the hero we expected, but the hero we need. As we do try to catch up on some other results. Skillus took down Sue. Skillus took down Sue 2-1. Skillus is up against Firefly. They are currently mid-series, and we will try to get a read on what's going on there. We are going to be focusing on Skillus versus Firefly, into Lambo, into Spirit. Going to be focusing on the upper half of the bracket. Are going to be focusing on that upper half. As it looks like the Chinese stream are not in that series. Looks like they're following MaxPax versus Jeshi. MaxPax and Jeshi are tied 1-1. No shot. That's crazy. They're in the ace match. And it could go either way. Scrolling down, Cure took down Clem. Clem has been eliminated. And again, it's usually the TVTs that are the bane of Clem's tournament runs here. Whether it's players like Ryung or Byan or Gumiho, but Cure takes down Clem 2-0. Cure waiting for the winner of MaxPax and Jeshi. And it looks like it may go the way of MaxPax. It's close. It's a very close game. Sorry, I thought that we were going to be catching Skillus and Firefly, but we may not. One moment here. One moment as we do jump into the ace match of MaxPax and Jeshi. Let's go. They're tied up 1-1. They're in Dynasty. Now I do apologize. We missed out on the beginning of the game. We are 8 minutes in. For those curious, this is the clean feed. The Chinese stream was following Jeshi and MaxPax, so we're able to get a peek into that clean feed. We do peek in. And so far we are neck and neck. It's going to be 3 base versus 3 base. So far, Masswing Stalker against each other. Decent trades here from Jeshi. Yeah, picking up some stray Stalkers here and there. Sorry, I'm just setting up the Twitch title. I also don't want to miss Skillus and Firefly as well. Don't want to miss them. We can see MaxPax taking his 4th. The first to expand. Again, with I'm just trying to gather my bearings. So it looks like mass gateway compositions here. No one has rushed into Immortals or Archons. Charges on the way for initially MaxPax. I'm not too sure if Jeshi has charged himself. It might just be pure Blink Stalker for him, as he's taking a much more standard 4th location. It is instead MaxPax taking the risk and going for the gold. MaxPax is going for the gold. Jeshi applying some pressure, moving out on the right-hand side. MaxPax, for the most part, is in position. Should be able to keep up with this movement. Has the one Immortal alongside his army as well. So we'll fare a little bit better. Jeshi has more Stalkers, but MaxPax has Zeld sprinkled in. But charge is not done. Uh-oh. The Concave in favor of Jeshi. At the same time, Prism. Stasis Trap is what I meant to say. Is denied. Again, Jeshi has the larger army. MaxPax has the better economy. He's up 20 workers. And can Jeshi make use of this army? Can he make use of all these Stalkers? Charge is not done. Charge does finish up here for MaxPax. Diving on the Stalkers. MaxPax does get away in time. Does manage to blink away. Just barely as Jeshi does rotate around. Getting caught in. Bold blink here from Jeshi. But the concave is brutal. And he's going to try to break out. No, he commits. He commits in. Takes down the Immortal. But the Zealots are doing so much for MaxPax. So many Stalkers go down. Yeah, MaxPax, he's taking this fight. Again, this was just a really rough position for Jeshi to rotate the way that he did. He cornered himself. And now MaxPax, with the booming economy, can just chase this down. Jeshi was holding his own for quite some time. And even here, forcing MaxPax back. But Jeshi plummets in the army supply. Ay, ay, ay. Does plummet. We do see Jeshi trying to rotate around. He's going to attempt to rotate around. We do see MaxPax keeping up with the movement. Big Zealot run back here towards the south. As I'll say, don't quite make it in. So just also make sure I don't get left behind in lobbies. Trying to keep up in-game as well. So far, MaxPax rotating over, keeping up. He is keeping up, and now you can see the disparity in supply here. As again, MaxPax has not just the high worker count, has the goal base as well. We do see MaxPax just out-positioning Jeshi, going for the fourth, or going for the third. Third base is fully. Zelsei dive in. We have an Archon though. We have the Archon in position. Zelsei are breaking through. And Jeshi's going to be able to defend this base. Does hold on. Again, army supplies are still very close. That is a lot of Zealots. Without any Archons, Jeshi can take a fight. He can chase this down. I want to believe as we chase this all the way back across the map. Overcharge is what we can focus on. The shield battery. Shield battery does fall, but it looks like we have it extended. Yeah, Jeshi, he does bleed out everything. GG gets called, and Jeshi taps out. MaxPax takes game number 3 and the series. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to MaxPax does take the series. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. But he does take the series 2-1. Bit of a delayed fanfare, but does take the series here. Again, it was a close one, went all the way to the ace match, and I want to believe that Jeshi had some moments. If you remember, there was that moment where he was up in army supply. He was up 20 army supply, and he threatened to push towards the south, but he didn't commit. He pulled back, and he waited for reinforcements. He allowed MaxPax to recover, and then we saw that really rough fight. We saw the really rough moment where Jeshi cornered himself at the goal base, and that was just a really brutal fight that went heavily in favor of MaxPax. Jeshi did peter out. And with that, GG. MaxPax advances on into the lower semifinals. Meanwhile, we have our own series. MaxPax is about to begin versus Cure. True, is about to begin versus Cure, but I want to dive on something else. You can see it here before you. This just in. Skillous took down Firefly 2-1, and I feel like I need to catch Lambert. I feel like I need to watch him because, hey, he already 2-0'd Gumiho and he 2-1 Showtime. I have a little bit of regret here for not being able to catch those series. I had the option to earlier on. I chose not to start with Lambo. I started with Fiant and Euthermal instead. And Lambo's been on a tear. He's been on a tear, taking down some big names already, and now he's about to begin versus Skillous. And I feel like we need to bear witness. we need to be there, Pappy. We need to be there. Again, Lambo, he is the last Zerg player in the tournament. He's the only Zerg in the quarterfinals. Was he the only Zerg in the round of 16? He was. He was the only Zerg in the round of 16. Oh my god. Crazy. And it looks like we have a lobby. Vetoes are done. We're jumping into Skillus versus Lambo. Here he is. The Zerg Hope Pappy. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. Spirit is on a roll. He is. Spirit looking strong. Pappy looking strong. As a reminder, the winner of this series goes up against Spirit. Goes up against Spirit in the next round. I am ready for it. We're nearing the end of the broadcast, actually. It's going to be this series leading into the upper semis, potentially into the lower semis and the grand finals. So, again, we're kind of working through our players here. Are working through them. And we're jumping right on it. Game 1 is going to be on site Delta. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have our German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. Whew. The last Zerg player in the tournament, the Zerg Hope himself, it is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Just took down Firefly 2-1. It is Skillus. Here we go. PVZ is upon us. PVZ is upon us here. Looks like we're entering a standard opener here out of Lambo, Hatchgas Pool. Likewise, Skillus settling into his own opener as well. And I'm ready for this just because, I'm excited for this just because Skillus has been on the rise as of late. Skillus, he recently had a very, very impressive performance at Stars War 11 at an offline event where he went all the way to the ace match against Hero in a PvP. He took down Oliveira as well. Fun fact, there was no Zerg player. There was no Zerg player in Stars War 11. They failed to qualify. Players like Raynor, Dark, Solar, they all got knocked early on in the qualifiers. And what I mean by that is that we didn't actually get to cast much of Skillus' PvZ. We didn't get to cast any, actually. So, I do know that Skillus has been looking very strong and very powerful against Protoss and Terran players, but how does Skillus look against Zerg players? That's what I'm curious about. I think Skillus even tweeted recently after DreamHack about how was it after DreamHack or maybe after another event? I think it was DreamHack. About how he's still working on PvZ, like it's his weakest matchup and something that he's like intentionally building up. So I feel like this is a really good showing for him, a really good chance to get a read on kind of how Skillus is approaching this matchup and how he does perform. I feel like Lambo is pretty comparable in skill. I feel like when I think of the European Zerg and Protoss players, I feel like Lambo, Skillus, and a Laser are pretty close to each other. So this could go either way. This could even go to the ace match. This could go to the ace match. As back at home, Skillus going for a Stargate. Stargate opener from our Protoss player. Into Oracle, I imagine. Meanwhile, Lambo chilling, droning up. Is droning up back at home. Expanding, taking his natural. His third base as his natural. Adept does shade in, threading the mineral line, and up. We do manage to catch not quite a drone. We do soften them up, but no drone kills yet. Whew. Very nice defense there from Lambo. Does manage to retain his workers. But now that first adept is joined by a second, two adepts do one-shot workers. So we can threaten that mineral line. As we don't shade in. Back at home, it is the Oracle first from Skillus. It's going to be that Oracle opener. Zooming across the map. And for the time being, we can see Lambo being quite active. With these Lings, he can threaten the third base of Skillus and try to force the Oracles back home. See if that's what we commit to. For now, just trying to keep up with Adepts. Third base is on the way. Adepts are in position. Nice Sim City is wedged between the Nexus and the Pylon to reduce the surface area. Oracle reveals itself. Lings being active. The Oracle does dip between the bases. Doesn't find anything yet. But the second Oracle's on the way. Third Oracle behind this. So just a triple Oracle opener into a third. Very standard play out of Skillus, which is what we expect to see. He doesn't spice things up too much. Twilight Council follow-up. Should soon be seeing the Forge. Yeah, Forge is now on the way. At the same time, we dive on top of the Queen. No transfuse. Match. We get one Queen and one drone as well. As we did run out of energy. Not a bad pick-off here from Skillus. Keeping the Queen count low. Reinforcing now with 4 Adepts. Moving out across the map. The third Oracle has arrived. Third Oracle does reinforce. And back at home, this should be +1 and Blink. Yeah, there we go. Blink is on the way, +1 thereafter. Skillus working towards the mid-game. And can we find any damage so far? Not quite. We get an active tumor. Pick off some Lings. Another active tumor going down. Just keeping Lambert's creep as minimal as possible. We dive on top of the Queens! High energy Queen goes down. We get 1. And we're going for a second. Yeah, second Queen goes down as well. Spore a little bit too late. We get the third Queen! And boys are being pulled. They have to escape. They have to get away. 4 drone kills. Massive pickoffs here from Skillus. That was insane. That was 3 Queens and 4 drones. For 4 Adepts and an Oracle. Getting a worthwhile trade for the Protoss. Lambo going for a counterattack. Stalkers are in position. Yeah, Lings are forced back. And behind this interesting Lambo, I believe, has skipped his Roach Warren. Yep, no Roach Warren. We're going for the Baliness. It looks like Lingbane. Looks like Lingbane play here from Lambo. The lair is now done. And there it is, Hydrogen on the way. So Lingbane into Hydra, completely skipping Roach play. Now this is risky to go for. If Skillus had gone for a 3-base all-in, this is not a 3-base all-in, but if he had, then Lambo would be up against the wall. He'd be in a lot of trouble. We can see that Skillus has taken gases and will soon be expanding. Meanwhile, Oracles, they do punish the 4th. Stalkers coming in. Going for the Queens. Yeah, 1 Queen goes down. Lings coming back home, getting ready for a surround. And can we catch these Stalkers? They go for the dive. Yeah, the recall is forced. We catch 1 Stalker. 1 Stalker for 4 drones. And a Queen, still a better trade for Skillus. And now that we've recalled back home, now we can expand. There's our 4th base that we spoke about. Again, not an all-in. But this is also good for Lambo. Like, again, Lambo's being a little bit greedy by cutting corners, by cutting roaches. Now we're working towards the infestation bit. This is going to be for Hive Tech for Hydra Lurker Viper. Lurker Tech is on the horizon. Ling run by hits the natural, but we're in position. Skills is ready. Likewise, Skills also in position here at the 4th. The Lings aren't achieving too much, but they are at least keeping Skills at home. Keeping him pinned. Now Skills is back at home. Hydra production has commenced. We should be seeing the Hive momentarily. As for now, we're sticking with Lingbane Hydra. Meanwhile, Skill is going for 2 more Robos. It's going to be triple Robo production. This could be for triple Immortal, which can do quite well against Lurkers, if we want to be preemptively setting up for that. Likewise, Storm is done, and we have 4 High Templar with the main army. Skills is moving out. Lambo has not started the Hive. Instead, he's committing to Lair Tech. Okay. He is building up his Lingbane army. But we're catching the Hydras! The Lings are out of position. They're not here to support. That's a cancel on the base. Stormers are coming in. We have 3 storms left. Skills has to be very careful with how and when he storms. So there are 2 groups of army. Lambo setting up for the surround. Massive storm on the Hydras. 2 storms left. 2 storms remaining. Bailing speed is done. 1 storm remaining here for Skillus, and we just ignore the main army. We're going for a counter-attack with our Zealots to defend. I believe that was the final storm. We need a little bit more time for another storm, and yeah, here comes the surround. We collapse on the army. Do we have a recall? Ooh, we just barely have more storms. Archons are morphed in, but we catch whatever is left. The Stalker count reset. A beautiful catch here from Lambo. And that was a big loss for Skillus. He lost almost every Stalker, and he doesn't have many left. It's mainly Zealots and Archon, which is not ideal. Not against Ling Bane. Skillus, he's now back against the wall. Stasis Trap is baited out. You can see we're trying to bait the other. Decent stasis on these Lings. And massive baiting connections on the Zealots. The High Templar, they're exposed. There's barely any support. Bailings roll in and big connections. Oh my god. We take down the Probes. We take down the High Templar. And Lambo, he is breaking this 4th base. We just don't have enough left. Yeah, Skillus, he was caught out earlier. The base will fall. And we can keep pushing. Lambo moving forward. Immortals have arrived, but it's too little too late. We needed them earlier to protect the 4th. And Lambo is busting into the 3rd. High Templar are amassing. They need more time. They need energy. Oof. As we connect to the mineral line. Yeah, and with that, Skillus, he didn't just lose the 4th base. He's going to lose the 3rd. Yeah, Probes, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go as the Nexus falls. And Lambo is started stepping forward. Takes down more of these Immortals. The Storms aren't going to be able to hold on. Storms are pretty good. Now we'll clean up the Hydras, but GG gets called in. Lambo takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played again. Some big catches there from Lambo. Skillus was playing well. I was very impressed with the amount of queens that we were sniping, the drone kills as well. Like, Skillus was holding his own, but it was a risky moment when he moved out with his Stalkers and with his High Templar on-site Delta, specifically without a way to evacuate, without a prism, without any reinforcements, without many oracles to support in the air, and he got surrounded. He got surrounded twice, actually, in this game. Some really patient play out of Lambo, keeping Lings out in the open to come in for these big surrounds. And with that, we played out far too much. Again, in PvZ, especially when it comes to your Blink Stalkers, I mean, your Stalkers, your gas-based units, they're so valuable, they're so important. You need to retain them over the course of the game. If you ever lose them, you're in trouble. It'll be the beginning of the end. And with that, Lambo able to capitalize on that, immediately counterattack. And now we're getting into game number 2. Now, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping we can sink our teeth into this and we can have a back and forth and go all the way to game 3. We'll see if that's the case. The pressure is now on Skillus. The pressure is now on, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in this series. Can he bounce back? I'm hoping he can. It is Skillus. He'll set back to engage with Ling Hydra into Storm. It does, but if you remember, Lambo was so careful with it. Like, if you remember, Skillus had 4 storms. He had 4 storms with his army, and Lambo did not engage with the Ling Bane. He stayed back with Ling Bane, and he was forcing out the storms with his Hydras. Remember the Hydras that were like poking in and poking out, and storm after storm after storm was spent. And by the time we ran out of storms, then the surround came in. Then the Ling Bane came in from behind, and again, there were no storms. There were no storms left. Like, that was a really important, a really crucial moment for Lambo when he caught that army out on the map. I'm referring to the High Templar Blink Stalker that were caught out towards the end of the game. But yeah, just really methodical play out of Lambo, right? To bait out the storms, to slowly engage, to Stay calm in a moment like that. And unfortunately for Skillus, he didn't know about the Lings. That's the on the flip side of things, Skillus, he didn't know that there were Lings amassing behind him, so he didn't know how much danger he was in as being surrounded. Was unaware. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have tried to retreat sooner and even tried to reinforce even to get out of there. And with that, we're settling in. We're settling into our next game. So now just a gate expand into the cyber core, standard opener here from Skillus, likewise hatch gas pool out of Lambo. Standard openers all around. We are just calming things down for the time being. Likewise, Skillus just trying to delay the expansion for as long as possible. Just attempting to delay. As the probe is shut down and we can now expand, take our third base. And we're just settling into a 3-base economy. Meanwhile, Skillus back at home. Likewise, going into his tech of choice, going to be a Stargate opener once again, and this should be for Oracle. And when it comes to the Oracle harassment of Skillus, honestly, it was really good. I was really impressed with Skillus sniping queens and drones, and more queens and more drones. And he also retained his Oracles as well. It was really impressive stuff with his early game harass. Let's see if he can achieve that once again. We shall see. As Lings try to catch the Adept, Skillus getting the hell out of there. Soon to be expanding and taking the third base. As the Adept is racing back home, and Lambo wants to try to punish this. Wants to try to catch the Adept. Does get surrounded up. Oh, the Adept goes down. That will delay the third. And probe is under fire. We do save it. Nice movement there from Skillus. Saves the probe, gets a third base. And interesting, it is Oracle first true into a Void Ray. Ooh, as Lings, they bust into the main, they get a full scout. I mean, the Overlord Sword as well. Lambo does confirm. Now, with this Void Ray follow-up, I'm curious. Usually with a Void Ray opener, you can hide your tech. You can hide your, potentially, Twilight Council. You can hide your Robo. You can hide your lack of Forge. Lambo is supply blocked, and Lambo is also in the dark. So we'll see what direction Skillus takes us in. What are we hiding? If anything. What are we hiding? Forge is thrown down into a Robo. Delayed Twilight Council. Okay. Interesting. This looks like the beginning of +1 Fast Immortal into... This could be one of two things. I would say into a heavy Immortal charge lock composition. By the time we get the Twilight Council, we throw down the Temple Archives. As the Twilight Council, we'll keep an eye out for the Temple Archives. If we didn't throw down the Twilight Council, it could be for a second Robo and a Bay into Colossus production. But I'm leaning towards Immortals and Archons. As we catch more Queens. How do we do it? One Queen goes down, we catch a second, and now soon to be a third. Meanwhile, Adepts, they keep the Lings busy at the natural. No drone damage yet, but now it's stacking up. And 2 drones at the third. Adepts, they shade into the main base. Another drone goes down. That was 3 drones and 3 Queens. For what? For 4 Adepts. A worthwhile trade. Skillus going for the 4th. And back at home. Okay, what do we have? So it is going to be Charge, not Blink, which is what we assumed. But I assumed it was going to be for a Temple Archives for Archon production. That is not the case. It's going to be Immortal with a really fast Bay for Colossus. This is interesting. This is an interesting setup. I'm curious where it's going to take us. So it looks like the Immortal is just for safety. It's just safety Immortal to prioritize Colossus production, which means I imagine we should be seeing a second Robo soon. Oh, Lings, they get in! No, how? The wall was not a wall. Lings, they do slip in. This is important here as Lambo is getting a scout. Does get eyes on the Robo at least. Getting probe damage. 4 probes going down at the same time across some of Adepts, also getting drones. It is a bit of a give and take. 7 drones for 4 probes. Now, we did not see the Bay. We did not see the Colossus production. It is important to bear in mind. As Colossus are on the way, there's a Temple Archives for Archons. Now, what Skills is doing is really tech-heavy. I don't know if you noticed, we don't actually have a ground army. Like, we don't have much at all. We have one Adept and one Immortal. If Lambo were to go for an all-in, then Skills would be in trouble. But Lambo isn't going for an all-in. He's droning and taking up into an infestation pit. Like, Skills is being so greedy. Like, this is his army. it's 2 Adepts, 2 Zealots. We don't even have Charge. Charge is just now finishing. So, again, if Lambo was being a little bit more aggressive and less tech-heavy, then Skills would be in trouble. But we can see that Lambo is still taking, and Skills is getting away with all of this. Colossus, Archons, mass upgrades as well. So far, he's getting away, but I see a Nidus Worm. Lambo throws down the Nidus Worm, amassing roaches, Overlord speed on the way. Has Lambo recognized how greedy Skills has been? And are we actually committing? It looks like we are. I mean, Lambo did drone up to 80. To be fair, like, he has a terrifying army. Like, sorry, terrifying economy. And the answer is no, we're going for Swarm Host. Interesting. Now, when you talk about this all the time, Swarm Hosts are viable in ZVP. They are very much so viable, and specifically they do well against compositions that lack Blink. They're no Blink Stalkers. What I'm referring to is that this army from Skills is very immobile. It's very immobile, which means these Nidus Swarms and Swarm Hosts can pull Skills apart. So we'll see if Skills can keep up. Nice in the main, sorry, in the center base. Is shut down. Void Rage chasing down those roaches. Swarm Hosts have arrived, and we're going for the 4th. We're going for the 4th Nexus. Another Nidus Worm being thrown down as well. Locust Wave is coming in. Now Skills is aware. But the Locust Wave was premature. It did land ahead of time. Yeah, we clean this up. The first Locust Wave doesn't really do much. Took down a Zealot, or a couple of Zealots. I don't know if you saw, but the Locust Wave was on A move. Because it was on A move, it landed on the Zealot instead of the base, or instead of the army. So there was a bit of miscontrol there from Lambo. Meanwhile, the Swarm Hosts have been spotted. Void Ray comes in! But we have Queens. We do have Queens to support. The army does have to retreat. At the same time, Road Ravager was left inside. The Colossus! No! We do pull Skills apart. The Colossus are exposed. And the Colossus hold their own. Oh, just barely. The Miles! We do hold our own. Locust Wave into the natural. We're going for the static defense. Swarm Host has chased back. No Nidus Worm. Big losses here for Lambo. He's in trouble. Roaches have to fall back. But Skills is pushing. Skills, he's rallying everything across the map. He's going for the kill. Zealots are being cleaned up. Skills' army does need to consolidate. But we're chasing down those roaches here. They cannot hold their own against the Archons. And the Locust Wave is not ready. We need a little bit more time. We need a couple of seconds. And now we can go in. Skills does pull back. Yeah, more Stalkers on the way. Skills catching roaches. Locust Wave is about to run out. And when it does, Skills is he's gonna be pushing in. He will go for the dive. And Lambo, what do we have to defend? We have a couple of roaches. We have a handful of Hydras. And 2 Lurkers morph in. The Lurkers have arrived just in time. The Observer pulls back. The Lurkers, they had a lot of DPS here. But the Colossus, they reign supreme. They rain down on the army. Observer does survive. We take down, we have the Revelation as well. The Lurker is sniped. We have another Locust Wave. We're coming in. We have plenty of charge lots. Lanty and Skillis, he's breaking through. He's breaking through the defensive line. The Colossus do need to get involved, as they were a little bit distracted. Yeah, but this space will fall. Roaches are trickling in at the same time. Zealot run back here towards the left-hand side, going for another base, another hatchery. And it looks like we're forcing the A smash. It looks like we are looking to force game 3. GG gets called, and Skillis ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. Very nicely done here by Skillis. Lambo, it was a little bit cheeky to go for the Swarm Host, but the first Locust Wave is arguably the most important, just because up until that point, Skillus didn't know. Skillus, he had no idea that Swarm hosts were coming. He saw the Nidus worms, but didn't see much else than that. Was maybe piecing it together, but on that first Locust Wave, got like 2 Zealots. Like, it was not a worthwhile start there for Lambo. In the first Locust Wave, got 2 Zealots, the jig was up, then Skillus was aware, and he was much more proactive hunting down those Nidus worms and hunting down the Swarm host. A very active response from Skillus, and it did shut Lambo down. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We are going to Game 3. Let's go. Let us go. I want Protoss to win, but Zerg not to lose. It is a little bit bittersweet. It's like, I'm a fan of both these players. Like, I love both Lambo and Skillus. I would love for them both to have a deep run here, but the reality is that there's only enough room for one of these two. Only enough room for one player. And who's it going to be? Who will it be? As we're loading into Alcyone, one of the larger, more macro maps in the map pool. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. The Blue Zerg, it is Lambo. Being forced into the ace match, can he bounce back? And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss, representing Team Liquid. Tying up the series and forcing that ace match. Can he keep up that momentum? Can he take the series? It is Skillus. As a reminder, this is a quarterfinals match. The winner of this series advances on to the grand finals. The winner does make... Sorry, this is a quarterfinals match. The winner advances on to the semifinals, is what I meant to say. I'm getting ahead of myself. The winner advances on to the semifinals, where Spirit is lying in wait. There's a Terran opponent in those semifinals. Who's it going to be? Who will face off against Spirit? For now, Lambo rushing into the goal. Does race into the goal base. Skillus checks. He confirms that there is no hatchery. There is no spawning pool. Gas is now being taken. Skillus now knows it's a hatch gas pool opener. He's aware of the build itself, but he is unaware of the location of the expansion. Now, we're on Alcyone, and at this point in the season, in the ladder map pool, it's a little more obvious that the space is being taken. It's a little more common, I should say. So this should be in the back of the back of Skillus' mind. Should be aware. But how does he punish it, if at all? That is the question. As we do spot the main art of all these drones. Do spot the main art, do saturate the goal base. You can see Skillus checking the natural location. And back at home, it looks like a standard opener. Skillus will be going for the Stargate or the Twilight Council. As Skillus has yet to confirm, I'm a little bit concerned that maybe he believes that it's a more normal third, but I think he should be aware by now. Just because he did check and confirm that there was no hatchery here. Yeah, the Adept is rallied here. Yeah, the Adept is rallied to the gold. So Skillus, he knows. Third base being taken. Skillus does confirm. The pylon block a little bit too late. As the Adept does arrive. Forcing back those links. Denying mining time. Not bad. So good pickups here from Skillus. Behind this is going to be a Stargate opener. Now, this could be Stargate into a Twilight Council before third base. I would really like that, actually. I would love to see, like, Fast Blink out of Skillus. We could see Fast Glaives, which is a riskier approach, especially if Lambo is going for an all-in, which is usually the case with this kind of proxy, with this gold. So Adepts say, do deny mining here in the main. Adepts do shade out. So far, no major losses. Lambo has retained his drone counts. Lings, they do come in for a surround. And it looks like we do pick off... Oh my god, just barely one adept goes down. But a very efficient trade here from Skilless. Does trade nicely. Does trade well. Overlord Scout does confirm the Stargate opener. Spores are now on the way. We have a Spore in the main, and soon to be a Spore at the gold. And Skilless is going for a third. He's not throwing down tech before that third base. So this looks like a standard setup, which is concerning if Skilless is playing standard, as Lambo is going to be able to take a lead with this gold. Twilight Council's on the way. We'll keep an eye out for the Forge. Let's see if it's thrown down. No, never mind. It's going to be a 4-gate follow-up. Okay. So it's going to be 4 gates. It's going to be a Twilight Council. Because this is after the third base, I feel like this should be Blink. It feels a little bit later for Glaives. But we'll see. We'll see if we embrace Blink or Glaives here for Skilless. Additional gases are being taken. Show us what you got. What's it going to be? Ha! Ha! It's one or the other. We still need to wait for some gas. There it is. Okay, Blink is on the way. Thankfully, we're rushing into fast Blink. Now, this can work very nicely defensively. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. Unfortunately, there's no Roach Warren. Lambo is macroing. He is not going into a Roach Rush. If this was a Roach Rush, then Skilless could use these Blink Stalkers beautifully to defend, and we could shut him down. Because it's just Ling Queen and a very delayed Roach Warren, if this was Glaives, it could do a lot of damage. Like, unironically. It would have been risky to go for Glaives, but Glaives could have actually worked very nicely here. Instead, Skilless is playing safe, and Lambo has been greedy. Lambo did not use this goal base to rush into an all-in. And to be fair, it's one of those things where Skilless, it's hard to know. It's hard to know like how aggressive or how defensive your opponent's being with this gold. So he made his choice, going for Blink. We'll give him some map control. We'll allow him to be active, and now he's going into delayed Forge, delayed Robo, into +1. Ooh, and we're rushing into a Spire. I really like this from Lambo, going into Mutas. The onus is on Skilless to try to get a read on this. Now, if Skilless... Nah, he takes gases. I was going to say, if Skilless doesn't take his gases and goes for a big gateway explosion and goes for a 3-base all-in, he could kill Lambo, but as we can see, Skilless is taking gases, which means we're working towards a would-be 4th. It means we're macroing up. Skilless is applying pressure, but macroing up behind this. Blink is now done. And we are at least forcing a reaction. We force Lambo to make Roaches, to make Lings. Because of how active Skilless is being, Lambo is respecting it. But the problem is that Skilless has not been scouting with his Oracle. Skilless has no idea what we're taking into. He has not seen the Spire. Not yet, and it's about to finish. Yeah, Skilless now taking up into second Robo, Bay, eventually a 4th base, whether it's here or on the right-hand side. Yeah, Probe is moving out. 4th is on the way, and I have to give the edge to Lambo here. Spire is now done. Spire is done. Now, I wonder, did we notice how few Roaches there are? The problem is that this isn't really too much of a tell. This could be just Fast Hive. It could be Hydras into a Fast Hive into Lurkers. It doesn't have to be Muta. So Skilless still hasn't seen enough to recognize whether it's one or the other. Now we're going for the dive. We're diving in. We catch the Mutas. Big scout here for Skilless. Now he knows, but is it too late? Back at home, we're gonna need Phoenix production. We have Colossus on the way, which will help against the Lings. Not so much against the Mutas. There we go, cannons. Cannons and shield batteries. We need as much stack defense as possible. We need to defend. Lambo does rotate around. We have Mutas on the right. We have Ling Roach on the left. Our Lings, they collapse on the base. They force a cancel. Big pick off. Meanwhile, Mutas dive into the main. Stalkers are in position. Lambo is aware. He backs off. Lambo, ooh, bleeding out some... Oh my, bleeding out some Mutas. Bit of mispositioning there. Meanwhile, we catch an Immortal Colossus. They arrive just in time. No! The Colossus exposed! Falls back. Ooh, is saved. Just barely. Save the Colossus. We caught some mutas. So far, good defense by Skillus. The problem is he's stuck on 3 bases. If we were on 4 bases, it'd be a different story, but we're stuck on 3, and Lambo is taking his own 4th. Plus, he has the gold. Sorry, his own 5th, even. So Lambo's getting up on 2 bases, or up 2 bases. Skillus desperately needs to expand. Lambo rotating around. Lambo's maxed out. Now, in a head-on fight, I want to favor Skillus, but with Mass Muta, we're not looking for a head-on fight. The goal here is to deny the 4th, over and over again. Deny the 4th base with the ground army, and distract Skillus with the mutas. Even here, Stalkers are going down, we have to pull back. Almost one-shotting Stalkers. A lot of Stalkers do fall. Again, because of our position, we're making sure there's no expansion here on the right-hand side. Skillus still yet to expand on the left. Now we're diving in. We're going for the dive. Overcharge is on cooldown. Lings are getting annihilated though. Really nice positioning with these Colossus. Lings go down. Mutas. Are we overextending? Diving further into that natural. A lot of mutas get picked off. We do contain our opponent, but that was not the best trade for Lambo. Looking at the battle report here, you can see that was 78 Lings and 4 mutas for 11 Stalkers. It was a rough trade, but you could argue because Skillus still doesn't have a 4th, it's worth it. Like, Lambo can remax. Lambo, he is remaxed. He can afford these trades. Skillus cannot. Once again, we're going for the Colossus. We do manage to pick off one. One Colossus go down, second Colossus as well. And do we have enough anti-air? As the mutas, they focus on every single Colossus. The Phoenixes, they were out of position. Ay. We needed those Phoenixes. And now with 4 Colossus falling, now we can Mass Ling. Now Mass Ling is the answer. No more splash damage. Again, the Phoenixes, they were ready for a counterattack, not for a main push. And Lambo is going to be shutting this down. Yeah, Lings are trickling in. Immortals are falling, Stalks are falling as well. And Skillus just cannot keep up. Still no 4th base. Skillus was all in. He was completely all in, and Lambo even... Oh, catching a Phoenix! Catching 2! Almost 3. Lambo's looking to extend his run here. And diving on the Phoenixes, more of them going down. The natural base is open. Lings, they flood in. And there's only so much Skillus can do. He does pop the overcharge, but there's just too much DPS, too many mutas. How many? 26. 26 mutas. And we shut down so many Phoenixes. Phoenixes going down left and right. Lambo can still sustain himself. GG gets called, and Lambo will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Lambo. Again, it was a risky maneuver to rush into the goal base the way that he did, but Lambo got away with it. Winding it back, if you remember what happened in this game, in the other game, Lambo rushed into the gold and did not use it to go for an all-in. And remember, Skillus went for a very safe opener, rushing into Blink and delaying upgrades and delaying tech. Prioritizing Blink Stalkers, which would have been amazing against a Roach all-in, but there was no Roach all-in. Instead, Lambo just macroed. He just macroed up to 4 bases, threw down the Spire, got into Muta tech, and Skillus, because he was playing safe, wasn't able to scout, wasn't able to punish either, and yeah, Skillus was on the receiving end of that. Did go down. GG, well played. GG, well played. With that, Lambo advances on to face off against his next opponent. Meanwhile, which semis are we casting first? Let's find out. Let us find out. Okay, we are going to be delaying Lambo vs. Spirit. Lambo vs. Spirit is going to be coming up soon. Don't you worry. Lambert versus Spirit is soon. And we will first finish Cure versus Max Pax. So Lambert versus Spirit is going to be delayed. And here we go, we're jumping in. We are going to be jumping into this. One moment. So again, Max versus Cure is up next. Sorry, I'm just setting up. Just setting up for Max versus Cure. And they're already mid-series. They're already tied up 1-1. They're in the ace match as we speak, so I apologize for needing a little bit of time. Oh, never mind. It just finished. No! It just finished. GG. GG, well played. Cure versus Max Pax was happening at the same time, and Max Pax has been eliminated from the tournament. Cure takes him down 2-1. Congratulations to Cure. Again, it was happening at the same time as the series that we just casted. Cure is our first finalist. Max Pax is knocked down to the bronze match. GG, well played. It's a big win for Cure, which means up next is going to be Lambert versus Spirit. Okay. Let us jump into this. How'd you guys come up with the name CranKy Ducklings? If you're an old school viewer, it's story time. Well, videos are underway. We're getting ready for Lambert vs. Spirit. Story time. If you're an old school fan of StarCraft, then you would remember Axiom Esports. Axiom Esports was the esports StarCraft 2 team of Total Biscuit. This was back in the end of 2013, if I remember correctly. It was the team founded end of 2013, beginning of 2014, kind of era of StarCraft, if I remember correctly. And back then, Crank, the Korean Protoss player, Jaewon Choi, I have his keyboard actually. I have Crank's keyboard. But Crank, Jaewon Choi, he was the captain of Axiom Esports. He was the captain, and he had really good English. He had really good English, and he used to stream. He used to stream back in the day, back in 2014. And he had a really big following. He was really popular because he was a good player. He was a Korean player, and he had good English, so he had a big English-speaking audience as well. And that's where we all met ourselves. Well, that's where we all met up. Like myself, Steel Molds, Kuro, Yaku, Milk and Cookies, and many others. Many others. We were all basically Crank regulars on his stream, and we all were fans of Crank, obviously, and we all interacted with each other. But over the years, after a couple of years, Crank decided to step away from streaming in English. If you remember, he retired and he became more of a full-time streamer in Korean. This was post Total Biscuit, if you remember. Post Total Biscuit, Cranky took some time off, and he made the decision because the Korean scene was lacking content creation. He was like, you know what? I think I want to support the Korean scene right now. So he made the decision to cast in Korean. And nowadays, like, he's like the Wardy of Korea, if that makes any sense, or like maybe like the Loco of Korea. Like he's like the biggest Korean community streamer, and he does other content as well. So he's really successful, but he decided to stop, making content in English basically for a long time. And when that decision was made, that was back in 2016, we as his fans, we still wanted to do stuff together, and we wanted to do our parts. It was like Crank was going to be casting in Korean, so we wanted to do stuff for the English scene at the time. So we branched off, and to pay tribute to Crank, and if you remember back in the day, Crank, his mascot was a duck. He had a little duck plushie. Not the duck there, but he had a little duck plushie, and he had a bunch of duck emotes, and that was like a theme for his stream. So to pay tribute to Crank, we named ourselves the CranKy Ducklings. So we made our own mascots, and we put Crank in the name as well to pay tribute to him. He has nothing to do with the team. It's just like a reference, basically, just to reference Crank, because that's where we all met up. And then we made the CranKy Ducklings in 2017. It was, I think, midway through 2017-ish. That's when we made the CranKy Ducklings. And because Crank was casting and doing content in Korean, our first endeavor in StarCraft was we started hosting amateur events. That's when we started hosting Sea Duckling Open, which was the Diamond tournament. It was a Diamond weekly tournament, and it was actually centered around the Korean time zone, and it was meant to be like a step into Elima League. Back then, Elima League was a thing. It was a weekly Korean tournament, and this was meant to be like Code A for Elima League, basically, which was our Diamond tournaments, and that's how we started. That's how we started back in the day. That's how we began. Eventually, we branched out and we started hosting and casting pro tournaments. That was in 2019. But for all of 2017 and 2018, we only did amateur events. We did Diamond tournaments and Masters tournaments. That's what we did. And fun fact, back then, we actually were able to, because we were hosting these events on a regular, we saw players rise through the ranks and promote from Diamond to Masters and from Masters to GM. And fun fact, there are VODs out there of us casting players we casted some of these more known players back when they were Diamond. So players like Oreo, players like Ricci, I want to say Mixu as well. Like, we casted these guys back when they were Diamond back in the day. And again, the goal was to, like, for it to be a stepping stone for players to improve and eventually get into GM and eventually break out. GG Machine is another one. GG Machine, we casted him when he was back in Diamond and Masters. Like, a bunch of players. And there's a handful of them that went pro, which is really cool. But we're diving in. We're diving into our upper semifinals, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Polish Terran player, the Red Terran representing Na'Vi. He has been patiently waiting for quite some time. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. Just took down Skillers, took down Gumiho, took down Showtime. He has been on fire tonight. It is Lambo. Let's go. The Lord, Papi, the Lord. But yeah, I want to say Mixu, GG Machine, Oreo, Starduck, Ricci. There's a couple of players that eventually went pro that we casted back when they were Diamond and Masters, which was really cool. It's not like every player that competed back then eventually got GM, but there's like a handful of players that we were able to see rise through the ranks, which was really exciting. Which was the whole point of us hosting amateur events, is to give people a reason to improve and a reason to motivate them to like compete and improve and ladder and all that stuff. Which was really cool. I want to say Fiance was maybe involved in that, maybe, but I could be misremembering. Good times, good times. For now, we're settling in. For now, it is going to be a hatch gas pool. Standard opener here out of Lambo. Meanwhile, Spirit going for the Rax Expand. Back at home. Interesting building position as well. A little bit further back. But is settling into its own standard opener. Again, we're settling into Amphion. Amphion is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool, so I'm curious how Lambo approaches this. This map is known for having some secure bases that are difficult to really harass and push into. And we've seen quite a bit of mech on this map as well. And Spirit is one to whip out the mech from time to time, so I'm curious if he embraces that or if he goes for something else. I'm curious if maybe that's why his production is further back. It does make it more difficult to scout. If the Overlord goes in, the Overlord will most likely die in the process of trying to figure out what exactly the order is of the build. There's our add-on swap into Hellions. But again, do we go for a 1-1-1? Do we go for a fast third CC? Like, again, this factory is really far back in the main. So what are we hiding? Third CC here at the Natural is on the way. Okay, we're going double eBay. Once again, like, we're hiding the double eBay on the left. We're hiding the CC on the right-hand side. Overlord is going into the main. The Overlord barely sees anything. Spirit having some fun here. Like, because of his production setup, like, Lambo is in the dark as to what's going on. He has no idea what kind of build Spirit is whipping out. So I'm liking this setup here from Spirit. Again, making use of how large the main base is of Amphion and how large the Natural is as well. And Hellions rotating around. Lambo going for a fast lair. Ooh, that is a 4-minute lair timing. Interesting. Now, with a 4-minute lair, we have a second gas already on the way. If we throw down 2 more gases... Ooh. 2 more gases. What does this mean? This screams 2-base Muta. This screams Muta play. And we spoke about how on Amphion, your 2-base setup is very defendable, and your 3rd base as well. This does lend towards Skytoss and Muta play. So, Spire would make a lot of sense here for Lambo. Spire would make a lot of sense. I should update the title as well. There we go. So we are setting up our 3-1-1. Again, pretty standard setup here from Spirit, getting to his 3rd. And back at home, gases are being prioritized. There it is! There's the Spire. As we did mention, to rush into a 4-minute lair, it's going to be for something with these additional gases. It needed to be a Spire. And Spirit has no idea. For the time being, we're spitting creep. The Queens are fending off the Hellions. Likewise, Spirit has no idea what Lambo is up to. Link does slip in. Does confirm the researching tech lab. Does confirm the bio. Or the Marines as well. And unscattered mutas can wreak havoc. They have a lot of potential. They have potential to deal a lot of damage, to catch out the army, to catch out drops. Hellions are moving out. As I do manage to catch a couple of tumors here in the center of the map. 3 tumors go down. Again, Spirit just keeping tabs on the creep, but not able to see anything. No scan either. That's the thing, like, in a game state like this, where Spirit is denied scouting, like, it may be worth a scan. Here comes that sim push. 2 medevacs, full of 16 Marines. We're moving out. I believe the Changeling may have caught a glimpse of that drop as well. Lambo is getting ready, pulling the Queens back, massing up Link Bane. 9 mutas on the way. There we go, 4 more Banelings. Here come the Hellbats. Now, Spirit has potential here. We are moving out. Mutas will not help too much in this defense. We need Ling Bane and Queens more than anything. And you can see the Queens all coming together. We're going for the 4th, looking for a cancel. And the hatchery up finishes, which means it's going to be a kill. It's going to be a kill, not a cancel. 300 minerals down the drain. Baneling speed does kick in. Mutas are revealed. And we are pushing forward. We chase back the Marines. We try to focus down those medevacs, but we do unload in time. Ooh, big overextension. 2 mutas go down. Lambo does defend, but he does bleed out quite an expensive army. Those 2 mutas, 200 gas. And behind this, turrets. Turrets are being thrown down as we speak. Spirit now getting ready for the mutas. The mutas that were forced to reveal themselves defensively instead of offensively. So Spirit has more time to respond. And he should be ready for this. Yeah, even turrets protecting the production. Meanwhile, Lambo is committed. We're working towards possible air attack. 1-1 upgrades are heavily delayed because of the muta. So Lambo's Ling Bane is less than ideal. Mutas, they try to dive in, but we're in position. Forcing this back, and Spirit is responding with Biomine. Marine Marauder, Medevac, and Widowmine. Which again, does beautifully here against Ling Bane Muta. As Widowmines, they shoot up and they shoot down. It's crazy. Likewise, Ling Bane and Muta also prone to stacking as well. So we have to be very careful as Widowmines are set up. Oh my god. Speaking of, we do dive on one of those Widowmines. We get 2. 2 mines go down. Mutas do back up. See Spirit attempting to reposition. Not a bad start. Some nice trades there from Lambo. Behind this, just amassing more Ling Bane. We are just amassing more Ling Bane. This is a super fast 2-2 build though. Yeah, it is, it is. Like 2-2 is about to finish up because of the fast 1-1 upgrades that we saw earlier. Mutas, they do attempt to deny Drilling Claws. And it looks like it may be denied at the same time we're pushing onto creep. We dive on top of the Queens. Queens are going down. Drilling Claws is denied. We'll pick off there from Lambo. At the same time, we have a drop on the right-hand side. Ling Bane is still amassing. Spirit is threatening that 4th base. Meanwhile, Mutas, they do bust in. But Thor has arrived. The Thor is here. Lingbane collapsing on the army. Show us the mine shots. One of them gets baited out. One of the mine shots is baited. Fifth base did fall. Hatchery went down. Lingbane trying to rush in. Nice split here out of Spirit. Oh my god. Calm down. The splits. And Bailey's not able to trade well, but we do at least shut down the drop. That does fall. Ooh. Mine shot gets baited out, and now we can collapse in. Yeah, Spirit, he has to get the hell out of here. As one of mines are cleaned up. Spirit has to retreat, has been amassing Thors. Remember, Drilling Claws was denied and has not been rebuilt. So we didn't even need detection to clean them up. As Lambo is still looking to contain Spirit. And Lambo is on 89 workers. He's on a solid economy. He has the center base. May have lost bottom right, but he took center left. So he's on 5 bases. He's rotating around. +3 is on the way. We could even potentially deny these upgrades. Can we snipe the eBays? We're going for them. Yeah, the eBays are under fire. And it looks like we will get at least one. +3 is denied. We don't quite get the second eBay, but it is vulnerable. Oh, we can come back in. And we will. Both eBays go down, and this means that we can catch up with 2-2. 2-2 just now begins for Lambo, and we can catch up. And even up those upgrades. eBays are being rebuilt. Drilling Claws as well. But this is just buying Lambo time. Buying him time. Oh! We catch a handful of Marines. Catch a medevac. Jesus, how many mutas do we have? 30 mutas! That's a lot of mutas. It's a lot of mutas, man. We dive into the main, came to the production, catching some add-ons here or there, turrets as well. And even with a low amount of Marines, oh, the Thor is a different story. We do take a massive Thor shot to the face. He's coming from behind. Oh, nice with a mine connection. We head for the mineral line. Bailey's on the way as well. And the Bailey's taking it in. Ooh. Bailey's a crash into the bunker. Pole position micro here in the mineral line. 10, 11 SCVs going down at the same time. A drop across the map. Not getting much done. Catching 6 drones. Getting 9. Better. 9 drones going down. Widow mines do require detection. We'll clean them up. So just a very tense position here. As Lambert is amassing his Lingbane Muta army. Amassing his army. Mine shots. Oh! Have potential. No quite connecting. And not ideal. We can dive on top of the army. The mass mutant snowballing out of control. We take down the Thor. And we take down everything else. Again, the mine shots were not good enough. Only the one Thor as well. 3-3 halfway done. If 3-3 wasn't denied, 100% it would have been done by now. It would have already been finished. That could have made the difference. Would you snipe a base? These mutas have to be careful. Oh! Have to take care here against all these mines. All it takes is a couple of mine shots, but so far, very nice control here from Lambo. Does target down the Widow mines and everything else. Back at home, Lambo's defending. Still keeping the production. Catching goes. Ooh, mine does connect. But just the one. The mines! Oh, this is not the fight to take. Massive connections! Massive connections here on Lambo. Thor has arrived as well. Like, Lambo's in a good position, but he has to be careful to not to throw away too many mutas. That was 20 mutas going down! Ay, ay, ay. It's a lot of muta. That's also a kill in the CC. Spirit taking it back up 5th. 4 base is taking his own 5th as well. Spirit does have a comparable economy here to Lambo. Spirit's still in this. As Lambo is redroning, resaturating. Couple of snipes going off. Should we get a couple of snipes? Lambo massing up on the right hand side. Has maxed out. There we go. More banelings on the way. But this mine drop gonna achieve quite a bit of damage here. Ooh, big connection on the lings. 5 more drones go down. Muse once again going for the factory. They do get a kill. Factory is sniped, but Spirit, he's maxing out. This is terrifying. He is about to max out. And once he does, I do favor his army. 3-3 is done for the Terran. 3-3 just still in the early stages here for Lambo. No Adrenal either. Ultra Cavern on the way. Spirit looking to move out. Oh, but he does leave his Thors back at home. Nice snipes. Cool. Snipes there from Spirit. That's what, 4 Mutas falling. Mutas diving back in. Spirit at the same time pushing forward, going for the center base. Hatchery will go down. Banelings rolling in. Up! Big mine shots. At the same time, drop on the right hand side. Spirit is looking to pull Lambo apart. Denying 2 bases. Lambo double expanding. Taking both center hybrid bases instead. Mutas did come back home. Spirit taking the center base. He took top right. Spirit, he's able to maintain himself. Has a booming economy here. 5 versus 6 bases. Actually, it's 5 versus 5. As none of these fringe bases have been saturated yet for Lambo. So Spirit with a better economy. So relying on the mass muta. The Ultra Cavern is done, but we're still building up the Ultra upgrades. Anticipating on the way. Pushing into turrets. And the muta's taking a lot of damage here from the turrets. Likewise, we buy enough time for the army. Ooh, Lambo going for his own counterattack. This planetary looking exposed. Yeah, we can bring it down. Can go for the kill, but Lambo pulls back. Doesn't quite commit. I mean, the problem is that if we throw away too much Ling Bane on the planetary, then how do we defend against the push? Like, we need Ling Bane for the main army. As we're going for the planetary at the same time, we're bleeding out 2 bases. Hatcheries are going down. Thanks to the muta, we don't waste any banelings on the planetary. And we're going for the base trade. We're going for a full base trade. Into Winter Mines! Up! Oh, massive connections. But only 1. The mutas, they barely do hold on. Ling Bane rolling in. The Sim City looking a little bit too good here for Spirits. Yeah, the Ghosts, they hold on. They do defend. Meanwhile, 3 hatcheries have gone down. Drones are falling as well. Banelings are rolling back home. We come back. And it looks like we will clean this up. And Ling Bane crashes on in. Mutas, they hunt down those medevacs. But at what cost? Lambo, it cost him 3 hatcheries. Really 4 hatcheries, because we also lost the center base as well. We did at least retain our mutas. Ghost coming in. Spirit rebuilding his bio army. He still got all of his ghosts. I believe he still... he lost his Thor. No Thors. Lambo. Saturating the left-hand base. I believe this is unscattered. Yeah, Spirit, he has not spotted that base. No idea. It is keeping Lambo in this. So this is a fresh mining base. Mutas still amassing. We have 49 oh my god. We have 49 mutas. We have more mutas than there are lings. And banelings combined. Just pure muta. 3-3 is done for the ground army for Lambo. Still working on +3 attack here for the mutas. He's not going to town. And we even get the base. Ooh. The orbital gets very low. Orbital getting low. Lambo remaxing. Does have to take care about pushing into this. First launch rock goes off. Lambo going to be distracted by the drop. It's going to drag him away. Likewise, Muta's rotating over towards the right-hand side instead. There are some turrets in position and some ghosts. The Mutas, they do go forward, and not enough turrets. Decent snipes. Nice snipes here on the Mutas. More turrets going down. Center tower as well. Making defending that much more difficult. Ultra speed about to finish. And it's just been Spirit defending this entire time, trying to hold on. Lambo able to accumulate quite a bank. 5k, 2k here in the bank for Spirit. Sorry, for Lambo. Spirit still building himself up. Rotating around, hitting that center base once again. Yeah, Spirit not in position. But there's not that much mining to deny here. Not the most crucial mining base. Top right is though. And turrets are falling. Not enough turrets. SCVs are going down. And nice big odds here from Lambo. Ghosts are late to respond. That's 15 SCVs going down. Now, what I will say is that Spirit is not replacing those SCVs. I believe he's just, going for a super maxed army. Staying on a low worker count. And at this stage of the game, that's what you want. Like, we have so many mules available, you don't need as many SCVs. Snipes coming in once again. Making 6 Liberators at a time. Bearing in mind that Liberators do have splash damage as their anti-air. So that could actually help against the mutas. Unironically. I mean, the Liberator anti-air is not as good as it once was. You know, started Legacy of the Void, it was disgusting. Was nerfed. But can still add quite a bit. Nice on borrow there from Spirit, being as efficient as possible. Banelings, not quite getting into the mineral line. He was diving back in. Forcing a reaction. Liberators are going to be keeping up. And you have to be very careful with those libs. At the same time, Link Main rolls in, and the planetary goes down. Yeah, Spirit was distracted. It's not quite ready for that. Mutas, they keep on going. Spirit getting pulled apart. He's pulling left and right, back and forth. Doesn't know how to keep up. 10 SCVs go down. You have to be so careful with these Liberators. One wrong move and you can lose all of them. Corruptor's now on the way. This could lead into Broodlords. The Corruptors will help zone away those libs. Finally, Spirit knocks down these rocks to move over towards the left-hand side. But this base has been freely mining. Base is getting low. Oh! Lambo trying to bait out the army, going for the Ghost! The Ghost! Baileys, they crash in! These are rough losses. Ghosts are going down. We pull back. Liberators coming to support. Snipes going up. So many Ghosts did fall. How many was that? That was 11 Ghosts for 17 mutas. I feel like Lambo came out worse for wear, but he's remaxing with Ultras. Okay. The Ghost count was thinned out. But here come the Libs. And Spirit now going for a massive counterattack after that fight. Liberation has arrived. What are Ultra's gonna do here? Users are diving in. A couple of ghosts are getting picked off. The Liberators, they are on siege. But there's just too much Link Bane on the ground. We crash through those ghosts. Link Bane is cleaned off the mutas. They get shut down. Every muta falls, and Spirit has done it. Finally, he breaks through. He breaks through the mutas. Ultras are trickling in, but against Ghost Lib, Ultras, they're getting shut down. They get sniped. The Ultras melt. And Spirit may have just done it. As he's pushing into the important mining, or the crucial bases here of Lambo. We could even commit into the natural. For now, Spirit taking it slow. Going for these fringe bases instead. He is giving Lambo the opportunity to actually build up an army. Lambo has 6,000 minerals in the bank. He can max out with Link. He's amassing as much as he can. Planetary's done. Spirit taking it slow could cost him. I mean, he's still ahead. He's still in a good position. Hatchery goes down. 3 hatcheries even. And now Spirit can rotate over to the left-hand side to threaten this space and also defend his fresh planetary. He is rotating around. Meanwhile, Lambo building up his ultra count. And we'll soon find out if it was a mistake for Spirit to pull back and not commit into the natural. I mean, he's still looking good. He's still maxed out. He's still ahead. Yeah, we'll deny this hatchery. Lambo double expanding. Liberation has arrived. And Lambo just wasn't able to really transition out of the mass muta. Sure, we've got some Link Bane, but against all these Liberators, it doesn't matter. Not anymore. The freedom is here. We throw down the freedom zones. Forcing back Lambo. Hatcheries are being denied. Drop here on the right-hand side to make sure Lambo doesn't recover. Lambo's supplyable for a moment. You can see that Lambo is catching up with Mass Queen. Can transfuse those ultras. As long as we avoid the EMPs. Big snipes going up. There we go. We do roll on in. Goes force to split. And that's position here on top of the ramp. Failings do crash in though. Lambo breaking out, but we're running out of steam. There's 2 ultras left. There's 1 ultra left. And again, it does get sniped. It's going to be shut down. The final ultra falls. And there's still an army on the ground. There's still Marines, still Marauders. And still a handful of Liberators. At the same time, drop on the right-hand side. GG gets called as there's nothing left for the Zerg. And Spirit takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very tense game there between these two. Again, Lambo had map control for so long with the mass muta, but we mentioned it, there was no kind of transition out of the mass muta. He was trying to get ready for ultras. He did have 3-3, but he didn't have enough corruptors for something like a Broodlord switch. He had no infestors either. Lambo was stuck with his mass muta, and he took a really rough fight. He took a rough fight where he committed and he lost everything in the air. He plummeted in supply, tried to remax with Ultra, but the problem was that we already had Ghost and Liberator left over. We already had an anti-Ultra army, and the Ultras, they didn't really do much. They didn't really do much for Lambo in the end. There was just not enough support for them. And GG. GG, well played. Spirit takes a lead. Really patient play out of Spirit as well. Just really patient. I mean, in saying that, he was really active with his drop play. I loved how he was constantly dropping across the map despite all the mutas, right? Which is crazy. Despite the fact that we had so many mutas on the map, we were still dropping left and right and still denying bases and making sure that Lambo wasn't too comfortable. As he was bleeding out hatchery after hatchery. And eventually, Spirit, he was just absorbing these blows before moving out for a big push. Before moving out against the muta. And with that, Spirit takes a lead. Does take a lead. Buenas noches, papi. Buenas noches. Good night. Good night. It is quite late here in the land of Australia. It's almost 1 a.m. Almost 1 a.m. in the morning. But we are on that EU sleep schedule, so it's all good. Again, I was so looking forward to going to bed at regular times again, but we are going to be casting the SE2 Safe House over the weekend, and that's at 3 a.m. my time. It's at 3 a.m. in the morning, so did have to maintain the DGen sleep schedule, Pat. Did have to maintain. My name is early for you, I thought. I mean, I guess right now it is. I woke up just before the cast. So the cast was 4 hours ago. So I woke up just before the cast. I am full DGen at the moment. I've been full DGen ever since DreamHack Dallas. Ever since. Because it was DreamHack Dallas into House of Galactic Battle, into SE2 Safe House, into the week after that is Home Story Cup as well. Like, there's a lot of events that are like EU or NA centric, so it just ruins me. But once Home Story Cup wraps up, then I can go back to normal. Go back to normal, Pat. But here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkion, we have our Polish Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Na'Vi, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from winning it all. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Are you a full-time caster right now? I mean, I've been full-time casting for a couple of years, but I don't necessarily earn a lot of money doing it. I'm a little bit fortunate in my position just because, I've said this before, I do live with my grandmother. So because of that, like, I don't have as many bills to pay. Story time. Basically, I went full-time at the start of COVID. So before this, I was an inventory controller. I was working at a 3PL. Actually, I really enjoyed my job. I was working at a 3PL. This was back in 2017, 2018, 2019. That was my full-time job. But when COVID hits at the start of 2020, work started kind of drying up a little bit just because of all the restrictions and the lockdown, basically. So I wasn't able to work as much. And likewise, because I'm living with my grandmother is 96 years old, by the way. And she's still kicking. Like, she's still, you know, active and just good for her age. But because of that, I didn't want to risk like getting COVID, and I was also not getting a lot of work either. So I was like, you know what, EPT that was also when EPT started. Remember, ESL Pro Tour started in 2020, if you remember. So I was like, you know what, like, I enjoy casting and I'm really passionate about StarCraft. Let's just do this and see what happens. So start of 2020, I committed to full-time casting. That's when we started casting like on a daily basis, basically. And the goal was to do it for 3 years, because if you remember, the ESL Pro Tour was announced for 3 years, for at least 3 years until 2023. So I wanted to do that, and on top of that, I was able to get like some contract gigs with ANZ Champs. We were the B stream for ESL, so we got paid for casting, which was really good. And then after 2023, so the beginning of this year, made the choice to keep going a little bit longer when it comes to full-time casting. Just because we've been growing a lot. Like, we've been getting a lot more viewership. It would have been nice if, you know, we had this kind of viewership back then, because, you know, we weren't as successful back in 2020. Like, we were casting the same amount, but not as many eyes on us. But our YouTube's been growing, our Twitch has been growing, so I'm motivated to keep going as much as I can. But I also understand that I'm kind of like, you know, at a certain point, I might have to just go back to looking for a different profession, a different job. Just because, like, I have been relying on like my savings for a long time as well. Been relying on my savings. But yeah, I have no regrets. I have no regrets. Got a lot of love for StarCraft. A lot of love. I have to, otherwise I couldn't cast as much as I do. Like, I just couldn't do it. Yeah. But But it isn't just casting. Like, basically, whenever I'm not casting, I'm, like, editing VODs, I'm, like, making thumbnails, I'm working on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, like, all of our social media, Discord, like... I work, like, I don't know, like, 12 to, like, 15 hours a day. I don't really do much else other than, like, either cast or work on casting-related stuff. I enjoy it. I've always been like a workaholic. Like even before this, when I was working at the 3PL, when I was an inventory controller, even then, like I would always do like overtime, or like I'd get like a work laptop and a work phone, and I just work from home for free. I do like unpaid overtime as well. I don't know, like it's just how I am. Like I'm a grinder, Pat. But yeah, now we're settling in. Standard opener here from Spirit, getting into, oh, never mind, sorry, it was a 1-1-1, 2-1-1 even. Spirit does move out across the map. Oh, Lambert does have queens, but we are lacking lings. And as we're lacking lings, we're able to stim on forward. We focus down a queen, focus down a second, a third queen as well. Does the 2-on-1 just end the game? My apologies. Ay. We're gonna get every single queen. GG gets called. The 2-on-1 does end the game. And Spirit takes the series 2-0. GG. That's unfortunate. GG, well played. So for what just happened, that was a 2-on-1 build out of Spirit. Basically, 2 axes, a starport, and a factory. It is a 16 marine stim timing. 16 marine stim timing. And it isn't designed to end the game. It isn't designed to end the game, but Lambo was rushing into mutas. I don't know if you saw, but he was rushing into mutas. He got a 4th base. He had a Bailey nest just now starting. Lambo was very greedy. Lambo was very, very greedy there. He had very little to defend. He only had queens, barely any lings. To defend against that, basically, you need to cut droning at just under 3 base saturation. You need to make lings alongside your queens to defend, to get into a longer game. But, yeah, Lambo was just too greedy. He was just too greedy. And it looks like Lambo didn't realize it was a 2-on-1. Otherwise, he should have been ready for that. And, yeah, the 2-on-1 timing just killed him. Congratulations. GG, well played. Spirits will take the series at 2-0 and advance on into the grand finals. Again, my apologies. I was just enthralled in my story time, and I assumed that, I assumed that we would be fine against the opener. I just assumed that. It's okay. It's the other game. We can talk over it. We'll be fine. No, but you know, GG, well played. Spirit takes it 2-0, and now we are headed for the grand finals. We're going to be switching things over to the land of the Americas. We have our grand finals. It's going to be a ZVT between Cure and Spirit. Let's go. We'll catch up on the bracket. Catch up on the bracket. Un momento, papi, un momento. As we do head on over to the Korean server, exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Oh, and thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you, Daftcraft3000 for the Twitch Prime. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Much love. Always appreciate the support. And as we switch on over, we can catch up on what has been going on in the bracket. We did mention earlier that as we head on over, Spirit takes down Lambo 2-0, and just under there we have the lower semifinals. That is already concluded. Cure versus MaxPax is over, and Cure did take down MaxPax 2-1. Cure has eliminated MaxPax from the tournament. Shout out to MaxPax, he had a deep run. To make it to the semis is not easy. I should also emphasize, shout out to Lambo. Lambo had a very good run as well. Game 1 was very back and forth. Game 1 was close between him and Spirit. And Lambo, he took down Skilless, Showtime, and Gumiho. Let's actually, can I scroll over? You can see over here, Lambo, he took down Showtime 2-1, Gumiho 2-0, Skilless 2-1, went down to Spirit, but this was a very, very good run by Lambo, so no shame here in falling to Spirit. Lambo, he exceeded expectations. I'll be honest. I was concerned he was going to go down to Gumiho in the first round, and then maybe Showtime in the next round. Like, he just exceeded expectations, so shout out to Lambo for the deep run here. But also congratulations to Spirit. Likewise, who did MaxPax bring down? Let's head on over. Max Packs took down Jeshi, took down Classic, took down Creator. Oh, Protoss. Basically, the wall of Protoss fell versus Max Packs, but Max Packs did fall versus Cure. Cure took down Clem and Max Packs. Cure has already proved himself in the TVT. Cure is coming in, taking down the best players in Europe, the best Terran in Europe in Clem, the best Protoss in Europe in Max Packs, and now he's up against Spirit. Cure is going to be the favorite player. He's going to be coming in as the favorite player, but I wish Spirit the best of luck. I do wish Spirit the best of luck here. I mean, again, when it comes to TVT, you could even argue that Spirit has better TVT than Clem. Was it this season in, I almost said WCS, this season in the DreamHack Regionals where did Spirit, I know Spirit took down Hero Marine, but did he beat Clem in the upper half of the bracket? Let's have a look. Soul Masters Spring. Let me just double check that. ESL Masters Spring Regionals Europe. If I remember correctly, Spirit took down Clem there as well, right? In the playoffs. Yes. Yes, it was in the regionals where Spirit took down Clem in a best of 5, 3-2. So again, Spirit has some of the best TVT in EU. I believe Clem got his revenge in that tournament, right? Yeah, Clem did get his revenge. But again, for Spirit to have, for his TVT to be on par with Clem, then, I mean, that does say something there. And it does mean that he can pose a threat to Cure. I will be surprised if this is a 3-0. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a 3-1, maybe a 3-2 in either direction. We'll see. I'm hoping for that. As we are settling in. And also, my apologies, I was a little bit distracted earlier, but predictions. Predictions will be open for the grand final, so you can place your bets on how you think this series will unfold, on who you believe will take this. Let's go. Grand finals. Cure versus Spirit. That was such a fun series with the reverse sweep. Yeah. It was a wild series between Spirit and Clem. Appreciate your casting. Oh, thank you. I said thank you. And Animal. Exactly, Colossi. Exactly. Lambo Giga tilted. I mean, it was just a really rough position there. Lambo was just too greedy. Again, he was maybe just focusing on himself, and it slipped his mind that his opponent happened to be going for something more aggressive, like a 2-1-1, and for that committed like stim timing. So that was a rough final game there for Lambo. But regardless, best of 5. Once the vetoes are done, predictions will be open. So just give us a little bit of time here. Predictions will soon be open. Then you can get your gamba going and place your bets on whether you believe in Cure or Spirit. I would give the edge to Cure. I do think that Cure is coming in as the favorite player, but I do think that Spirit definitely has a chance to bring it back and to bring Cure down. It's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy here, but I do think he has a chance. Always safe to bet on the Korean. I mean, nowadays that's less true, right? Like nowadays, you know, you've got like Rainer and Cyril and Max, Pax, and Clem. Like you've got players that can contest against the Koreans more often than not, which is always a lot of fun, right? Now it's like more competitive between the foreign scene and the Korean scene. In saying that, Cure is on fire tonight. Like, to emphasize once again, Cure took down Clem and Max Pax. Like that's the best that Europe has to offer for Terran and Protoss, which is crazy. So Cure, he's on fire right now. Can Spirit do what Clem couldn't? We'll see. We shall see. I want to believe. Do you want to believe? For now, vetoes are underway. It looks like game 1 is going to be on Alcyone, followed by Site Delta, Oceanborn, and Amphion. Okay. Site Delta. Alcyone. Shinborn. And Fiona. Cool. Just making sure we have all the casters as well. Again, Alcyone is going to be game 1. We're jumping in. Are going to be jumping in. And this will be our final series of the night. Final series of the tournament. The grand finals, of course, of KungFu Cup. Oof. Los gran finales, papi. They are here. And a shout out to all the other casters out there as well. A shout out to all the other casters. We have Indie casting in Polish. We have Rex casting in his own native language in Taiwanese, I would imagine. And if there's a unique dialect there. I think we have our French caster. Of course, our Chinese casters. We have other English streamers. We have, I believe, Wardy, Steadfast. I think Rotterdam was casting for a while. I don't know if he still is. I didn't see him in the lobby. But we are jumping on it. Into game 1. And if you're in the chat, predictions. It's prediction time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets for who you believe is going to be our champion this week. Is it going to be Cure or Spirit, the Korean Terran, or the European Terran? Up to you. Up to you to decide. As a reminder, it's a best of 5, not a best of 3. I'm hoping we get a full series out of this, but here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Terran player, the red Terran representing Na'Vi. It is Spirit. Again, both players have taken down some big names in the road to these finals. Spirit took down a hero to get here. He took down Lambo. Took down Ubu Thermal as well. The GOAT himself. Spirit already proving himself in the TBT matchup. But so has Cure. Interesting. Going to be an economic opener out of Spirit. This time we'll pay attention to the openers. This time it's going to be a single gas opener by Spirit going for a faster expansion, a faster natural base. Meanwhile, Cure going for a double gas opener into a faster factory. Bit of a safer opener here by Cure. Safer / more aggressive. Meanwhile, Spirit going for something more economic. Here we go. Cure even going for an SCV scout. Interesting. SCV scouts are usually something that we avoid, especially with the Korean Terran players. They usually do avoid SCV scouting. But Cure playing it safe. Does zip in, does pull back, does confirm the opener. Will attempt to disrupt it. Spirit is known for his greed, so is going to be able to drill away at the SCV for a moment before pulling away. As the Reaper is about to pop out. And Cure ideally wants to avoid that Reaper. So he does manage to get away. Behind this, there's that faster factory for Cure. And this can lead into Reactor to Reaper Hellion, could lead into a Cyclone drop, could lead into an earlier Widow Mine. We shall see. This Reaper has arrived. Cure does shoot first. SCV goes down. Cure is forced back for now. Again, he's up against a Marine and a Reaper. Cannot quite contest against that. Does pull back. Hellion production underway, and we're getting straight into the 1-1-1. CC is on the low ground. It is delayed, but is on the way. Getting into our 1-1-1 setup. Delaying the reactor for a moment for the starport. Reaper zipping in. Up! We're in position. We deny the scout. Cure rotating over towards the left-hand side, but there's a bunker. Are ready for this. Meanwhile, it looks like it is going to be a Cyclone drop opener out of Cure. Cyclones are on the way. Reaper dipping in. Not quite getting an SCV. Good control so far out of Spirit. Does defend. Let's force Cure back. And there it is. A medevac is on the way. The Cyclone drop is on the horizon here for Cure. Meanwhile, interesting Spirit going for a fast second Rax. That I was not expecting. We're rushing to Stim. Okay. Really fast Stim out of Spirit. Already on the way. This is very unorthodox. This could be a 3-1-1 setup here with a third Rax, I imagine. Yep, there. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, it's a 2-1-1 setup. Okay. I mean, Spirit did just go for a 2-1-1 against Lambo, and this is kind of like a 2-1-1 variation a little bit here. See how this all comes together. But again, we're building up a very biocentric composition here to move out across the map. Going for a drop towards the right-hand side. Reapers towards the left. The Spirit does have Cyclones in position. The drop does slip in, but Spirit reacts in time. Does force Cure back. At the same time, Cure tries to find a way in. Ooh, bleeds out a Reaper. So far, very nice defense out of Spirit. He doesn't just deflect against the aggression, he also hides his build. He also keeps his build hidden as we're going for the add-on swap into Medivacs. Ooh, Cure, he does dip in. Does get eyes on the add-on swap. Spots the additional marine production, does not quite get eyes on the tech lab researching. But he also saw the lack of tech lab on the factory, which is a tell. Is a tell. Cure getting into his own tank production. Ravens. Third TC on the way. Spirit's third, a little bit more delayed. Here at the natural. It's going to be a little bit more later here compared to Cure's. But we're soon moving out. Here we go. Stim is done. Stim is now done. Medivacs are out, and we're going for the drop. Now moving out with 14 Marines. Moving out across the map. Meanwhile, Cure, what do we have to defend? We have a tank in position at the natural. We have Ravens in the main. Cyclone as well. I feel like if we hit the natural base, we should be okay. Bearing in mind that Cure has vanilla Marines. No upgrades. No stim. Spirit rotating around. We're going to be unloading. Pushing into this natural could be effective. We're going to take a tank shot to the face. We could try to focus it down. And this is still just building up. Combat shield's about to finish. Which will help us survive tank shots. The problem here is that if Spirit tries to stim forward, we can throw down auto turrets. Like if Cure reacts in time, we can throw down auto turrets and defend. Likewise, now have a second tank. Third CC is done. Getting into the swap bio. Stim is now on the way for Cure. Spirit going to be the first to land his third as he's going for a vanilla base. As in Cure, he waited for the orbital. And the Cure is going to expose himself as he expands. Spirit has an opportunity here if he... I mean, he doesn't quite see this. There we go. Spirit does spot the third. Is reinforcing. And that means that this army is a little bit more exposed. Most of the Marines are kept hidden. Tanks have arrived. Stim is seconds away for Cure. Cure does have interference matrix with that Raven as well. Does go for the scan. Cure doesn't commit. Sorry, Spirit doesn't commit. Cure gets across the map. Takes down a couple of workers. Delays the mining here at the third base. Does delay mining. Spirit getting his fourth on location is spotted as well. I mean, there's still a lot of potential with this army, but now Stim is completed for Cure. Curie's catching up. With all these upgrades, Curie's catching up. He's been very defensive. Spirit, it looks like he was hoping to catch the army, like catch a drop or catch a move out. And Spirit could have been successful there, but Cure's just been playing very safe. So any kind of advantage, any kind of timing that Spirit was going for, it feels like he's missed it. For the most part. I say for the most part because we could threaten a Doom Drop into the main. Speaking of, let's go. Spirit fans out some Marines. Go for the Doom Drop. There is a turret in position and a Cyclone, but we could boost past this. We can boost past this. And straight for the main base. It's a risky maneuver here from Spirit. it's just a risky play here. And I mean, it can win him the game, 100%. He's waiting for a move out. Spirit, he has a spotted Marine, and Kira's moving out.
Mineral field.
And the army is spotted. Scans ahead of time. The Zelnaga does confirm the move out, and now we're going for it. We're going for the kill. We're going for the drop, but it looks like the turret is finishing up just in time. Kira pulls back. He pulls back home. Spirit going straight for the main. Does cast a Cyclone. Tank is sieged up. We go for the dive. Can we focus it down? We can. The tank falls. Oh, the tanks are disabled. We're trying to take control of the main base. The main is going to be going down. At the same time, Kira drops across the map. That's a kill in the CC. It's a kill in the base. We're disabled the medevacs. Kira, the choke point is brutal. Kira cannot push in. Spirit barely holding on. Catches more of these tanks. 2 more tanks going down. A very nice trade here for Spirit. Kills 19 SCVs, 2 tanks, Mass Marine. Caught some Ravens as well. And Spirit takes a lead. Whew, this drop was worth it. Spirit even escaping with a handful of units, going for a massive push right through the center. Again, it was so risky for him to build up that army, but he just waited for the moment. The Kira did move out. He scans ahead of time. Kira is ready at least a third. Spirit does have the army supply lead and the economic lead. Gonna be reinforcing. We could go for another drop, but there are Marines in position. Drop into the main, it's not gonna work, not the same. Spirit going for a secondary push here. Mainly tank does catch the army. Oh, medevac gets picked up. Pure rotating around, which may create an opening for the other drop on the right hand side. There's a siege. Spirit stimming 40 scans at a time. There's nothing here. We were denying the drop into the main, but we head towards the third base. SCV is under fire. And we can go for the kill. That's a kill in the CC. Kira knocked down to 1 base. The main isn't done. We have 1 base left. Ay, ay, ay. And now we're committed. We're going for a massive counterattack. Kira needs to get damage done. Goes to the base. Tanks, they siege up in time. We do catch some tanks, though. Not bad. 3 tanks go down. The medevacs. It's 1 medevac escapes. Not even. We shut this down. Spirit maintains his lead. It's all about the positional play. Again, the entire game, it's just been Spirit just looking for the army, waiting for Kira to be out of position, then just going for the kill. Time and time again. Just punishing Kira from forever moving out. Here we go. It's going to be 1 last hurrah here for Kira. There's just too much fire. We dive on the army. Tanks are going down. Good stuff stepping here by Spirit. And he will clean this up. GG. Spirit takes game 1. No GG. No GG, Poppy. Oh my god. That feels like I'm not a Terran player, but that feels like a frustrating play style to play against. As Kira, he's apologizing. He's like, I'm sorry I missed the GG. He's apologizing in the chat. Kira, so wholesome. But GG, well played. Again, just Spirit just having so much map awareness there, and just he was just waiting for the correct moment, for the ideal moment every time for when to push in and just commit to a doom drop. And again, it's so risky because imagine if Kira had Marines in position, right? Imagine if he had something to deny that drop either time. Then suddenly maybe Spirit loses everything, and that's game. GG, well played. Will the VODs of this match be available on YouTube or on here later? The VOD is already on YouTube. We're streaming both on Twitch and YouTube. We're streaming on both platforms. So if you go to our YouTube channel and if you go under the live tab, the VOD is right there. It's right there on YouTube. It's right there. So you can see all the games that were played. It's also on Twitch as well. Also on Twitch. But there is a live stream VOD on YouTube available as we speak. You can even just rewind. It's a nice feature on YouTube. All good, all good. Oh, catching up. Spirit was playing so well in that game. He was playing very well. I mean, I should also emphasize it wasn't just like the doom dropping that Spirit was doing and the counterattacking that Spirit was doing, but even in the lead up to that, if you remember, Spirit, he was denying the drop play of Cure, he was denying the Reapers of Cure, he was being very active, and he was fixated on gaining map control as well with his earlier 2-on-1 opener. So yeah, really interesting playstyle there out of Spirit. Not very orthodox, not really normal. That's not very normal, but to do well with it. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, down in this series, looking to bounce back here and now. Let's tie things up. This is still a best of 5, still plenty of games ahead of us. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Na'Vi, leading the series 1-0. It is Spirit. Let's go. Looking good today. How have the games been going? They've been going well. This is the grand finals. Welcome if you're just tuning in. Welcome to the grand finals of the KungFu Cup. Has been a wild event. We were able to follow some Thermal games earlier, leading into Spirits. We got to catch Lambo. Lambo was playing like a beast earlier as well. We had a crazy semifinals between Lambo and Spirit, and now we're here, settling into the grand finals. Even here in this TVT, I know that mirror matchups are not the most exciting of matchups. I can definitely admit that, but it's been a lot of fun. It's been good. Game 1 was a wild game here from Spirit, and we'll see how Cure does adjust. Once again, double gas opener out of Cure. This time, Spirit also embracing the double gas as well. And I don't blame him. Side Delta is known for being a very safe map, so a lot of players do go for Rax Expands. Because of that, we have a lot of Terran players go for proxies on Side Delta to punish a more economic opener. So because of like how the meta has unfolded, because it's a safe map, it also means proxies are more common. Because proxies are more common, you have to open up safely, and we get double gas openers instead. So a very safe opener this time at the Spirits, likewise from Cure. Now we're settling on in. Also, I'm sure that Spirit is aware that Cure is willing to proxy, and after taking a lead in the series, he's maybe a little bit paranoid. As you can see him check the third base location, and does scout here towards the left-hand side as well. So Spirit just making sure that there is no cheese, there is no proxy. And are we poised to go for a proxy starport? It looks like we are. Okay. Spirit once again spicing things up. The SCV is hidden. We do have the factory done, and I believe the starport should be on the way. There it is. Starport is now in production. Now this could be one of two things. The more common thing is reactored Hellion into a Hellion drop into the main, or it could be reactored Hellion into a Liberator to go into the main base instead. I'm leaning more towards a drop to just, load up the Hellions and drop into the main base and go for economic damage, but we'll see. We'll see what Spirit does embrace. Meanwhile, Cure, behind this, just getting into his 1-1-1. Interesting. He is not going Reaper Hellion. He starts off with a couple of Reapers and Hellions, but does stop Hellion production going into a Widowmine. This should be Widowmine into Cyclone, into a Medevac drop. There's a Medevac drop, there's that Cyclone that we did mention. This is a very common, very safe opener. The reason why it's safe is because you lack Hellions to be active on the map, you lack Reapers to be active on the map, but you have the Widowmine. Just to, secure the ramp, we have the safety Cyclone as well, and then you can turn this defense into an offense with the drop. Now, what I'm worried about is if this army moves out as Spirit moves in. That's what I'm worried about. Because the Medevac is about to pop into the main. Likewise, Spirit getting ready for his Hellion drop. Q's moving out. Okay, Cure does move out with his drop, but he leaves the Cyclone back at home, thankfully. Cyclone is at home to defend. The Hellions are going straight for the Mineral Line. Cyclone does respond. A couple of SCVs going to be going down. We get 2 SCVs so far. 2, soon to be 3. We get the hell out of there. 3 SCV kills at the same time. Cure going for his own drop into the main. Is going to hit a little bit later. There are Cyclones at home to defend. Catching 1 extra SCV. 4 SCVs in total. Meanwhile, Cure going for his own kind of job. Wintermine is set up. Oh! We do react in time. We do pull back. We do manage to pull back, forcing friendly fire. Not bad. We force a friendly fire of the Wintermine, and the army is forced out of the main. Overall, a bit of a give and take, but I do favor Spirit, as Spirit does take a worker lead. Cure did not manage to get a worker kill. And we got another SCV! Not bad. 5 SCV kills. Right? Yeah, 5 SCV kills. Meanwhile, Spirit only lost a Reaper and the Hellions. Meanwhile, back up Liberator into the main base as the Starport is still producing. Liberator's on the way. Likewise, Cure rotates around towards the natural. There's a tank in position. And we don't commit. Cure does back off. We still have the Hellion drop at the natural. Liberator threatening the main. Does pull away. Whew. And now we're gonna be calming things down. We're gonna take a break, take a moment, take a breath. Double starport? Uh-oh. This looks like a 2-base all-in. Yeah, we're going for the add-on swap. Okay. This is actually really interesting. You don't see this kind of variation off of a proxy starport, but basically it's double starport, 2-base all-in. We're massing Vikings as we speak, and the goal here is to gain air control and then go for a Liberator to bully the ground as well. And then you just commit. You commit into your all-in. With all these Vikings, we can bully back these Ravens, we can focus them down. Spirit taking the role of the aggressor this time in game number 2. Hellion drop coming back in. We're gonna get another SCV and up! Up, do we get one? We get one, but it looks like the medevac is gonna be shut down. Barely does escape. At the same time, drop into the natural. Getting some kind of damage, but we catch the medevac! Yeah, medevac is caught. And the scary thing is because this starport is proxied, like, it's hard to scout, right? It's hard to get a read on what's going on. As more Vikings are amassing. Well, Spirit is getting a third on location, never mind, so we're not committing to an all-in, so we're not pulling the boys. We are pushing out nonetheless. The armies will clash. Again, the Raven's going to be a big part of the defense here for Cure, the fight for Cure. And here come the disables. We disable the tanks, we disable the Liberators, and Cure is breaking through. They bust through the main army, getting on top of the tanks, and it will clean everything up. Again, when it came to Spirit's composition, he needed to shut down these Ravens. He needed to stop those disables from happening. Alas, he could not. The disables went off, and Cure is snowballing out of control. He's pushing out across the map towards the natural base. Vikings forced to land. Cure does back off for the time being. Remember, Stim is not done for Cure, so these Marines are having a harder time pushing in. But we get the auto turrets. The final tank does fall. Cure, he has control of the low ground. He has control of the natural. Tank volley's going up. Additional Vikings have arrived. The Raven finally goes down, but the Raven has paid for itself. Like, at this point, it's done its job. Can the Spirit break out? Boys are being pulled. Oh, the tank falls. It looks like we will eventually clean this up, but it costs us 9 SCVs. More Vikings landing. More boys being pulled into Vikings. You hate to see it. Yeah, the stutter stepping a little bit too good. You're just looking to punish Spirit so hard here. 16 SCVs go down. And he's still just rallying everything across the map. Now with Stim. Now Stim is researched. And Spirit doing whatever he can to try to stay in this game, but the reality is he's just lost far too much at this point. It's far too many SCVs. Cure on 3 bases, fully saturated. GG gets called, and Cure takes game number 2, tying us up 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Just a very rough fight for Spirit in the center of the map. Again, you could argue that maybe Spirit should have recognized to pull away and not commit, but he went for the dive, you know, he went for the engagement, he did siege up his tanks, and the Liberator and tank were just completely disabled. Kira took the fight that he wanted, and did snowball from there. GG. GG, well played. Again, everything just happened a little bit too quickly there. It all escalated very quickly out of control. And now we're tied up. Now we're headed for game 3. Let's go. Let us go. So game 3 is going to be on Oceanborn as our map of choice. As a reminder, game 3 is on Oceanborn, game 4 is on Amphion. I'm not sure as to game 5. Not sure as to the ace match. But I'm hoping we can get there. I hope so. Alright, gonna be loading in. And who will take a lead in this series? Right now we're tied up 1 apiece. Could still go either way. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. Tying the series up 1-1. Looking to take a lead. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran representing Na'Vi. It is Spirit. And it feels like both in game 1 and in game 2, Spirit has been like trying to get momentum or trying to dictate the pace of the game. Both games he's just been gaining map control and trying to force Cure to react to him. Unfortunately for Spirit, Cure moved out. He pushed right through the center of the map, just as Spirit was getting ready for his own push. And Cure was able to just counter Spirit there. Able to catch him off guard. And it looks like we're once again going to be diverting early on. Cure opening up double gas. Every game so far, every game in this series, Cure has opened up double gas. Meanwhile, Spirit goes back to game 1. Going for a Rax expand. Single gas opener leads into a faster CC. This does mean that initially Spirit is going to have to be the defender, at least early on, keeping up with the Reaper, Hellion, Cyclone play of Cure. We'll see if he can. As Cure once again going for an SCV scout. Again, you don't see this too often in TVT. I mean, there's a reason why Spirit has not gone for one at all this series. But it pays off. It does pay off. The CC, we have enough money for it. We need the CC, and it is going to be delayed. Marine going down to the low ground. Spirit up to 500 minerals. There we go. CC now thrown down, but it was delayed by a good amount of seconds there. So a nice cheeky start for Cure. And again, every second counts, especially in the early game. Cure trying to get under Spirit's skin. Behind this factory is almost done. Spirit getting into additional marine production. And this is just a really similar dynamic to what we saw in game 1 as well. Where Cure has to back up, has to respect the Reaper Marine of Spirit. Spirit getting into his factory, and we'll see if we go for another fast second Rax. Remember, game 1, Spirit went for a really fast stim, like he went for a 2-on-1 variation. 2 Raxes, 1 factory, 1 starport into, you know, stim timing. See what he does this time. The Reapers, they do try to dip into the main, but we're in position. Oh! Punishing Cure. 1 Reaper goes down. And instead, Spirit going for a 1-1-1. Okay. No fast stim, no fast second Rax. Is going for the starport. So more standard play here from Spirit. Meanwhile, Cure still building up his CC. Working towards his own drop. I imagine a Cyclone drop. So for now, the game is kind of in a bit of a lull. We're calming things down here in the early game, but soon job play is going to be hitting for both players. As medevacs are in production. And Kira is going to be the first across the map. And Spirit should be aware of that. He knows that his starport is later than Kira's, just because of the build of choice. There it is. We got our Cyclone, Hellion, and Reaper zooming across the map. Kira getting straight into tank production thereafter. So we'll have a slight tank lead. Spirit working in his own tag lab for his own tank production as well. Setting up for a Cyclone drop. Marines in position. Drop does come in. Spirit will respond, takes down the Hellion. Attempts to chase down the medevac as well, but we do manage to get away. Drop is locked down. Spirit still maintains his worker lead because of his more economic start. Spirit getting into Tank Raven. Yeah, just a much more standard composition here. This is the most standard game we've seen so far of Spirit, out of all three. Some wild aggression in both Game 1 and Game 2, but now we're calming things down. Building up tanks, Ravens, Sable as well. Meanwhile, across the map, Cure is interesting. Getting into not just earlier tanks, which is what we expected, but getting into earlier Viking production. Vikings are on the way. Liberator as well. Cure wants to push. He wants to move out early on. And this early Liberator as well has a lot of potential to break through the defenses of Spirit, as Spirit does not have air control. He doesn't have any Vikings. So a really cheeky start here from Cure, trying to take advantage of that. Cure has arrived, spots the army. Oh! Avoids the tank shot. Does siege up Spirit, he doesn't know! Yeah, massive volley goes off. Yeah, good start for Cure. Liberator does siege, forcing Spirit back. Takes a couple shots to the face. So a good start for Cure. Softens up the Marines, softens up the tanks. Getting within range of the Cyclone. Another tank shot. And again, you can see these Liberators, like there's just no easy answer. Interference Matrix is researched, and we are banking up 3 Ravens. And these Ravens are going to be crucial in the defense for Spirits. We're going in! We're going for the dive. Vikings do land. We come in from behind. We disable the tanks and the Liberators. But is it enough? It looks like it barely is. Whew. We do defend. It costs us 10 SCVs. Then drop into the main. No shot at the same time. Drop into the main base. 12 SCVs go down. Suddenly, this is worth it. At the same time, we force a cancel. Not bad. We force a cancel on the CC. Never mind. I mean, we're still getting more damage done. That's going to be 14 SCVs. 15, 16. Late reaction. Late reaction here from Spirit. Ay, ay, ay. 19 SCV kills. That's over a mineral line. Cure takes a 9-worker lead. But what I will say is that the third base from Spirit is done. So, ideally, Spirit would have wanted to take an economic lead with this, but he won't. Instead, this is going to be enough to even things up. So Spirit can catch up with this third CC with Triple Mule. It's not ideal. Again, he wanted to get ahead economically, and he won't. It's going to even up. So Spirit is looking to stabilize. Vikings moving out. I'm feeling a Viking drop into the mineral line once again. Spirit is not ready for this. Yeah, Vikings, they dive in. Straight for the main base. They land. Catching 2 SCVs. We do throw down some auto turrets so we can just walk away. We avoid the auto turrets. It's going to cost a lot of energy here. The Vikings are shut down eventually. At the same time, Cure rotating around, hitting the third. Trying to delay the third base for as long as possible. The tanks, they do siege up. And the Ravens spent a lot of energy earlier on those Vikings. Otherwise, we could disable this. We could completely clean this up. And we're going for the dive. We do have another disable. Auto turret throwing down. It looks like we will break out. There's a bit of an overextension here from Cure, overestimating how much energy that was left on these, well, underestimating how much energy that was left on these Ravens. Spirit even chasing down the tanks! The juggling! The final tank goes down. The pendulum swinging from one player to the other, Liberator into the main. Another Liberator as well to the natural. Spirit does overextend. Leading out a tank. Here we go, Liberators have sieged up. SCVs are going down. Spirit doesn't care, rotating in. Getting within range. Looking at Eunice tab again. Spirit, he has 5 tanks to the 2 of Cure. But Cure, he wants to surround. He made a collapse on this army. 15 SCVs going down across the map. Oh my god, the Liberator's still alive in the main. Spirit's economy in shambles. We catch a Lib. Cure does catch reinforcements, and he's going for the surround. Spirit catching a tank. Not bad. But this surround, it looks brutal. Ikari collapses on the army. The boys are being pulled. We get a full surround, and every tank is gonna fall. And Spirit, he overstays his welcome. Gets completely cleaned up. The medevac falls, and that's everything. The entire army of Spirit just plummeting here. And what does Spirit have left? He had 5 tanks to 2. Now he's on, I think, 1? Yeah, 2 tanks. 2 tanks left. Spirit does lose his tank lead. Catching a Viking as well. And we've been here before. Now, momentum swinging from one player, then the other, then the other. Now it's back in the hands of Cure. The ball is in his court. Rotating around. Spirit now on the back foot. Does have his third base mining. Cure going for a drop into the main. Likewise, so is Spirit. Creeping up. Doesn't quite commit. Double jump into the main base. We get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Spirit not in position. He's going for the main army. Does get the disable. Sorry, does get the anti-armor missile. Catches the tank. Back at home. 8 SCVs going down. Spirit, he's racing back. He turns around. Ay, ay, ay. Turns back around. Main base is compromised here. 12 SCVs going down. Add-ons as well. Here, just pulling Spirit apart. And sure, we do come back home. We do eventually clean this up, but it takes so long. And we don't even as the medevac escapes. The drop gets the hell out of there. Cure taking a 4th on location. Has his own doom drop. Now, even though Spirit is behind at the moment, he can catch up. He can take a fight. There's a chance out there where maybe he can catch all these medevacs. He can catch Cure as he's unloading. There is a chance. Medevac is cleaned up. Doom drop towards the natural. Not much here in position. We're just outside the natural base. Should be able to react in time without losing too much. As the army does siege. Nice disables. The choke point. No! A massive choke point here. The army struggles to push in. Spirit has to lift. And Spirit will clean this up, but it's just too much. 24 SCVs going down. The bio army crumbles. And Curie's going in for the kill. Again, that choke point was brutal. Working so hard against Spirit. And Spirit is pulled apart. The 3rd CC under fire. It's going to go down. That's a kill on the 3rd. GG gets called and Cure takes the lead. GG. Very scrappy game. It was very back and forth. There were good moments for Spirit, good moments for Cure. It was going back and forth between them. Both players overextending in their own moments as well. And in the end, Cure able to just pull Spirit apart. And the draw play was just becoming a little bit too much, and with that, Kier is now 1 game away from winning the entire tournament and becoming our champion. Spirit, he's up against the wall. I do appreciate that it's been a back and forth, and we've had a series. It's not a 3-0 in either direction. I'm hoping for an ace match. The pressure is now on Spirit. Can he do it? Can he bring it back? Are there going to be any more rounds? Oh, this is the finals. This is the grand finals. The final series, man. The final series. The winner walks away with 275 USD. Not bad. Not a bad payout at all. Just under 300 USD. For first place. We are pulling back, and we are getting ready. As yeah, we just have some lobby issues. Basically, someone just made a lobby for Oceanborn, and we're like, "Are we ready?" It's like we just played on Oceanborn. It's like, "Oh right." So we're just remaking. All good. So we are remaking. And again, Cure just needs one more win here for Cure to win it all, to take the series, to become our champion. Spirit has to fight back here now to force the ace match. And when it comes to the rest of the broadcast here, we're going to be live tomorrow. I believe tomorrow we're going to be going over the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League. Let's just check our calendar. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be KSL. Day after that's going to be OC King of the Hill. We have WTL over the weekend. Plenty of StarCraft coming up ahead of us. Plenty of StarCraft. Again, we're live on a daily basis here. Every single day we have some StarCraft going on. Sometimes we're live multiple times a day. Like over the weekend we have like 2 or 3 broadcasts on Saturday and Sunday. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Very intense day of StarCraft. Intense weekend of StarCraft. Here we go. We have our next game. It's going to be on Amphion. Let's go. We have our lobby. We have our players. We have our casters and observers. We're jumping into, hopefully not our final game, but could be. Could be. Hello, Zerkberg. Hello. Did Spirit play in the recent Warsaw land? He did not. He did not. If you're curious, in the recent land in Poland, Spirit was invited to it, but he could not attend because that was this weekend. It was his mother's birthday. Happy birthday, Mother Spirit. Mama Spirit. It was Spirit's mom's birthday, so he was with his family, which means he could not attend the land in Warsaw. Unfortunately. I mean, you know, it's all good. I'm sure he had a great time spending time with his family, but that's why Spirit wasn't competing this weekend in the House of Galactic battle. Just as a heads up. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1, 1 game away from becoming our champion. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Blue Terran player from the land of Poland, representing Navi. Down in the series, looking to bounce back in Game 4. Can we force the ace match? It is Spirit. Are you going to be commentating the Diamond tournament on Saturday? I will not. I will not be commentating. I'm going to be adminning. Usually for our amateur events, I'm adminning. I'm like adminning and making sure everything's running smoothly. I believe Kuro is going to be casting Sea Duckling Open instead. Just as a heads up. Again, fun fact, it is a lot more work organizing and hosting amateur tournaments than it is regular tournaments, just because you have to vet all the players, you have to make sure that they play their games, and keep an eye on their like lifelong games as well. Make sure it's not a fresh account, gather information for the Wikipedia, so like where they're from, their race, all that stuff. There's a lot more work. So I'm gonna be adminning. As we're settling in, and we have Spirits going for a pseudo proxy. It's 1 Rax back at home, 1 Rax across the map. Now, Cure is going for an economic build. He's going for a Rax expand into a factory. So because the factory is delayed, that means the Hellion is delayed. That means that Spirit can get some damage done. Now, the onus is on Spirit. If Spirit can catch a Reaper, all it takes, if he can catch one of these Reapers, then we can snowball out of control. And we can delay the CC, we can get some SCV damage, even delay the factory. Reapers have arrived, we dive in. And we're going for the Reaper, big catch. Reaper goes down, SCV as well, Spirit, he's busting in. Bunkers on the way. Force a cancel on the CC already. And Cure's in trouble, he has to pull the boys. Cure, he has to pull the boys. We have 1 Reaper on the high ground, Marine is halfway done. Second SCV goes down, and we're waiting for our next wave of Reapers. Then we go 3rd Reaper and 4th Reaper on the way. Cure, he's up against the wall. We've already done enough damage, but Spirit is looking for more. Up. He's looking more, gets another SCV, and almost another. 3 workers so far. Rotating around, finding another way in. Reaper taking a lot of hits. We trade 1 for 1. We trade out the Reapers. 4 SCV kills, a lot of lost mine time as well. And this has been a successful start. This has been a great start for Spirit. Back at home, he's expanding. Back at home, he's transitioning. Factory's on the way. Spirit doesn't need to kill. Remember, this was not a proxy 2 Rax, only a proxy 1 Rax. 2 Rax opener still. But all we were looking for is a delayed command center, a couple of worker kills. That's all we wanted. And from here, Spirit backs up. And Spirit is ahead. Spirit straight up is ahead. He's hoping to delay the expansion for a little bit longer. He can even land the Rax at the natural location. Just to even further delay for now, just getting high ground vision. Getting a nice scout. Okay, bleeding out a Reaper. Spirit doesn't need to retreat. He has to get the hell out of here. Rax is under fire. Behind this, getting into a Cyclone drop. Reactor Cyclone production. 30 SCVs against the 25 of Cure. So a very nice start. Again, taking advantage of how often Terran players open up economically here on Amphion. It was a risky maneuver. Risky maneuver here by Spirit, but he gambled well. Did gamble well. Behind this 3rd CC. Oh my, we're being so greedy. 3rd CC on the way. Spirit just doubling down. Cutting a lot of corners, but he wants to take he wants to extend his lead even further. And thankfully for Spirit, Cure is also getting a 3rd. 3rd CC's on the way so Spirit can try to catch up, which means that Spirit is not building up to a 2-base all-in. No 2-base all-in, so Spirit is getting away with this greed, getting away with this 3rd. Cure trying to play catch-up. Drop dips in, up. And it does catch a Cyclone. Not bad. Cyclone goes down. We get the hell out of there. Once again, a better trade for Spirit. Cure has been struggling. Has been struggling to keep up. Working towards tanks, working towards Ravens. I mean, this natural base is quite secure, so breaking and defending Terran on 2 bases is going to be difficult. But that's why Spirit, he's just taking a 3rd, teching up. Building up his tanks, building up his Ravens. And from here, Spirit can play it slow until we get into a 4th base. Or sorry, until we expand and take the 3rd. When Cure exposes himself, then Spirit can try to punish that. So we are going to be calming things down. And again, a very nice start here for Spirit. Getting into double E base for double upgrades. Third base now being landed on location. Cure still on 2 base. Still has yet to expand. Looking at our tanks, we have an even tank count between our players. We have an even Raven count. And Spirit will soon have a massive upgrade lead. And the reason why he can afford this is because he's been ahead economically. Like, he's had more money to work with, so using it here on upgrades. This is kind of Spirit's game to... not to necessarily lose here, but he's ahead. He's ahead, and it's on Cure to bounce back. On Cure to bounce back here. Now, because it's a TVT, we can outposition, we can go for drop play. We've even seen already in this series where if we have eyes on the army and if the army moves out, they go in for a big backstab, a big doom drop even. You can out-control your opponents with the ravens, with the spells. Cure definitely has a chance. As Cure is pushing out, bearing in mind that these 1-1 upgrades are not going to be a factor in this fight. They're still on the way. Spirit moving out as well. Takes down the Hellion. We have our Cyclone jump across the map. Not going to get much done. Gets 2 SCVs and not much else. And we stim in! We go for the Mass Disable. 2 tanks disabled, Order Hearts being thrown down as well. And it looks like Spirit, he will barely break through. It's going to be close. We're running out of Marines. It looks like he does, and he's being forced back. The disables run out. And Spirit is in trouble. He's out of tank. Again, Spirit barely didn't have enough to break through. What's scary about what just happened is that Cure retains all of his tanks. Tanks did survive. Again, Cure, he was able to throw down his auto charge just in time. And Cure, he survives the first push. Survives the first wave. Spirit taking a 4th. Just mass expanding. Still has map control. Does have that map control here. As Cure did actually keep a Raven alive. He killed the 3 of his opponents. Not bad. Okay, the tanks 1 for 1. We see a double drop here on the right hand side. Double drop moving on the left. We do have some turrets in position. Some turrets in the main. Cure's going to try to find a way in. Can always boost past. Meanwhile, Spirit moves out. Uh-oh. No! As he might come across the Medivacs! Dust him in. Whew. Cure does react in time, does pull back. Thankfully. And is going for his drop. Does unload. Catching reinforcements. Not bad. Marine's going to be going down. Spirit does turn around, coming back home. Not a bad start for Cure. At the same time, his main army pushing right through the center. Spirit, his army is out in the open. We'll see if we can catch the army or hit wherever the army isn't. Double drop coming back in. Spirit, he's hunting. He's trying to hunt down this double drop, but he doesn't find it. Not yet. Okay, we sim on in. We catch a Vax. Spirit's main army is spotted. Cure responds. Interesting. Spirit actually pushing towards the left. Knocking down these rocks, and he could actually drop into the main. We are leaving some Marines in position. We could find an opening. Could find an opening here. As the game is calming down. Cyclone catching some SCVs. Scans revealing the main army. Spirit is making his way towards that main base. This Cyclone is still finding some SCVs as well. Being so annoying. Army is spotted. Spirit, is this the way to go about this? Does get a tank. But not too convinced. Yeah, at the same time, looks like this was distracted. We go for the double jump here on the right-hand side. Spirit going for the mineral line. His main army is being forced back, but he does find 7 SCVs. And he keeps going. Does deny mining time. Kira having a hard time keeping up. Since he has to leave army back at home. Double drop turning back around. Going for the tanks. Tanks did on siege. And just in time. Did on siege. Kira being forced to back off as well. Whew. And a very tense moment. Spirit still has the better economy overall. He may have bled out some SCVs, but does have a 10 worker lead. Spirit still maintaining a tank lead as well. Both players are on 2-2. Drop into the natural, catching more SCVs. Very nice play here from Spirit, distracting the main army, going for the tanks. Yeah, tanks are left exposed. And do we get on top of them in time? We got one. Oh, not sure that was worth it. Yeah, one tank goes down, second tank as well. Spirit has the high ground. But he only has tanks left. Curie can go for the land. He can and he will. Yeah, the Vikings do land. We clean up the tanks. Oh my god, massive loss here for Spirit. Every tank goes down. And now Kira has momentum. Look at the army sizes here. Kira has a massive Viking lead. Spirit has tanks though. Let's have all the tanks. Kira rotating around. Knocking down those rocks. Spirit has to rotate as well. I'll siege up in between the bases. Ah, yeah, we have plenty of tanks. Covering both entrances. Kira has to back off. Meanwhile, Spirit catching up with the Viking counts. Making 6 Vikings at a time. That's a lot of Vikings. Liberators have arrived. Speaking of, they're going to be sieging up. Catch a Viking. What a bad start for Cure. Remember, he has air control. So as I say that, Vikings are diving in. Oh, we go for the disables. Yeah, but too many Vikings. Cure is being forced back. Spirit, he has enough. Shuts down the lib. Ooh. And Spirit holds. Spirit, he barely holds on. The reinforcing Vikings were clutch. Spirit now getting into mass Liberator production. Let's go. And TVT initially is about Biotank, but now it's all about the air. It's about Vikings, about Liberators. Going for a massive Dune drop into the main. And Spirit, he's out of position. He's racing back home. We can camp production and go for the starports. And tanks are sieging up. Vikings trying to push in. First tank goes down. Cure overextending a little bit, but does pull back. Does pull back in time. That's a kill on the CC. 16 workers. CC goes down. Eventually, Cure will lose everything here. He doesn't get any starports. Does go for the E-base, though. Bad. Even the fusion core as well. But Spirit's already got lib range. He's already got Liberator range. Doesn't matter too much as Cure, he's rallying here behind the army. Going for the third once again. Spirit out of position. Ay. Spirit, he's being dragged this way and that. He just cannot keep up. Liberators will help. But still bleeding out so many Marines, and we go for the stim. We go for the dive. We focus down the libs. But more to arrive. Spirit, he can clean this up. And rough loss for Cure. But he gets 13 SCVs. Oh no! We pull the boys! 23 SCVs go down. Ay. Spirit down to 43 workers. Barely a 2-base economy. He lost his main. He lost 24 workers. Does have backup orbitals. But more SCVs going down. Oh my god. 26? 28? Oh my god. Not quite 29. 28 SCVs go down. And Kira just doesn't stop the drop play. He just keeps going. Ooh, full medevac goes down. Big pickup. Tanks will attempt to siege up. But again, these Liberators, they do pose a massive threat here to Cure. Takes down a starport. Goes for the tanks. Brings down 2 of them. And again, not a bad trade. Bearing in mind that Cure is still just rallying. His production has been untouched this entire time. Rallying across the map. Killing another CC. And Cure, he's done it. He has brought himself back into this. Oh my god. Spirit had such a strong start to this game. But Cure, with the mass drop play, with the Doom drops into the main as well. Getting out of hand, getting out of control, going for another CC. Yeah, we catch the Vikings. Base goes down. Again, barely a base mining here for Spirits. Liberators wreaking havoc across the map. Getting some damage done. Not bad. But Spirit, he's stuck on 2 bases. Just contained to his natural. Stimming in once again. And Curie's going for the kill. Going for the final push. Takes down the tank. Takes down the final lib. Up. And GG gets called. Cure has done it. Takes the series 3-1. And Cure will be this week's Kung Fu Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Cure. A wild game there against Spirit. He was in control. Spirit, he was up on bases, up on economy, up on tanks as well. But there were a couple of moments where Spirit overextended. Likewise, Cure was going for such drop-heavy styles and was able to catch Spirit out of position at multiple times there. Whether it was even catching Spirit as he moved out across the map, catching all of his tanks, going for the Doom drop into the main multiple times, the Doom drop into the main base. And Spirit just had a hard time keeping up with the drop play of Cure. And again, did overextend a couple of times himself as well, as Spirit was pushing out. And with that, GG, well played. Congratulations to Cure as he is our champion. My condolences to Spirit. He played well there. He played well, and even this game could have gone either way. Even this final game could have gone the way of Spirit, and we could have seen an ace match. Would not be, again, it was not out of the realm of possibility. But GG, well played. Congratulations. In the end, Cure does take it, and hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Again, KungFu Cup is a weekly open tournament. The best players in Korea and Europe come together here for KungFu Cup every single week. But every now and then, this event goes on a hiatus. What I mean by that, whenever there's DreamHack or a big event like Stars War 11, this event goes on a break. Speaking of, next week is such a case. What is happening next week? Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup is next weekend, so next week there is no KungFu Cup and there is no WTL because we don't want to clash with Home Story Cup. So that's the reason for that. That's why there's no KFC next week, but we got Home Story Cup instead. Just as a heads up, that's why next week is going to be a little bit lighter on content. We're going to be filling it with other events instead, so don't you worry. And look forward to Home Story Cup in the coming week. Otherwise, GG. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. The next event that's going to be on the channel is going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. We're going to be casting the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League. Again, KSL is usually on Saturdays. Every 2 weeks, it's usually on a Saturday. But this last Saturday, we were a little bit busy. We were otherwise preoccupied. What were we doing? We were casting a 12-hour event. Someone mentioned it earlier, the House Galactic Battle. There was a LAN in Poland. It lasted 12 hours. it was like a 13-hour cast on Saturday. So we were busy covering the House Galactic Battle, which is why we missed out on KSL. So we're catching up. Tomorrow we're catching up via replays with the Korean StarCraft League. Usually we cast it live, but again we've been just a little bit busy as of late. we can't cast everything live, unfortunately. I would love to. I need like multiple channels and multiple lights. But yeah, we're busy covering something else. So tomorrow is the KSL, and over the weekend, of course, is WTL and the SC2 Safe House. If you're curious, what is the SC2 Safe House? It's like the NA version of Home Story Cup. Kind of. So, shout out to Zombie Grub. Zombie Grub has been organizing and is hosting an event called the SC2 Safe House. It's an event happening in Vegas, I believe. I believe they rented out a house in Vegas, and it's going to be Zombie Grub, it's going to be Fear Dragon, Zombie Grub, Fear Dragon, Chicken Man, and Steadfast, and Nathanius. So I believe those are going to be the 5 casters, and Zergo. Zergo's going to be there as well. They're all going to be at an event in Las Vegas, and they're going to be covering some StarCraft. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very wild, from my understanding. They're all going to be drinking. They're going to be playing party games. Like it's not going to be a serious event. They're going to get crazy, Poppy. They're going to get wild. They're going to get rowdy. So look forward to it. And we're going to be casting. We're going to help out as well. Obviously, we won't be there. I'm here in Australia. It's like an 18-hour flight to the America. It's not happening. That's God no. But we are going to be the B stream. We're going to be the B stream for day number 1. So yeah, I'm going to be helping cover some of the SC2 Safe House. I might do something festive, in theme with the event, because they're going to get absolutely smashed, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we might do something as well. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Quite late. What's the prize? For this event, 275 USD. 275 USD for our champion. For the SC2 Safe House, I think it's a couple $1,000. I think is it like 4,000 USD? Question mark. Let's have a look at the SC2 Safe House. I know it's crowdfunded. There's a match arena. There's a match arena page for it. It's currently 2,000. Sorry. So it's currently 2K, 2,000 USD. For the SC2 Safe House, but there is a match arena page, so it can be crowdfunded and can be boosted as well. So do look forward to that. Do look forward to it. Interesting. I don't think I've seen disabling Vikings before. Yeah, it's a really creative way to make use of the Raven. Like if you're fighting for air control, like disabling your opponent's Ravens or disabling Vikings can work out quite well. Can be quite nice. Otherwise, GG, well played. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Hope you all had a great time here tonight. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We're going to be raiding one of the other streamers. Who can we raid? Who's live at the moment? Big Gabe is streaming. He's got plenty of viewers. Showtime is streaming. Middle VK. We might give some love to Showtime. Let's see. Who else is live? Milky Cow is streaming. Let's go. Didn't know Milky Cow streamed. But we might give it to Showtime. We'll figure it out. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you so much for the support. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm starving. It's 2 a.m. in the morning here. Gonna work on some VODs, edit some VODs, and all that good stuff. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We'll be back tomorrow with the Korean StarCraft League. Otherwise, thanks so much. See you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego, papi. Hasta luego. See you next time.